Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. Again, shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all of you guys that were there for the last live stream. Again, that was I don't know what that was. You had some people there that were on a whole different type of time. I don't know what that was. Obviously, our clocks are not matching up because I wasn't there. But if you care to actually find out or figure out what I'm talking about, I put a shorter form video out of the 4 hours directly on the channel, of which you could watch. But now we're going to go into this here because a lot of people want to mess around and find out. A lot of people want to move the goalpost whenever topics come up, and we're about to listen to this. Yo, what is up, Red Pill? What is up? What is up?
I am Hispanic, and the deporter in chief is still 6 million plus Barack Obama. Okay? The person who built the cages is still the deporter in chief, Barack Obama. The person who allowed children to come across the border. Now, I will give him this. He did tell the parents, do not allow your children to come up here because I'm sending them back. And I don't care if they don't have nobody with them. I'm sending them back. Now, fortunately for me, because I know how to do actual journalism, anytime anybody ever asks me about any of that, I can pull it up on a drop of a dime. So you can't tell me nothing about none of those executive orders because I know them.
But can I ask a question? Real quick, can I ask a question?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
So with that being said, I'm okay if you want to hold people accountable, but you also have to hold people accountable when they did it on their time. Because the person that has the highest number of deportations is Barack Obama. I'm sorry, Barack Hussein Obama.
Wait, how do you say Barack Obama, but you're wearing the Trump hat, and Barack doesn't even like Trump?
No, she's saying
that has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Deported more. She's saying Obama deported more.
But
this is my steaming question. This is my steaming question. I know the world, because I know they're going to be asking this in the comments. Yeah. You're Spanish, and Trump is trying to deport your family members.
What I was going to say. I'm Hispanic too, and I don't think that that's
but he's not trying to deport my family.
You're not Spanish?
But that's not what you said.
That's it. That's what I said. I said the people in the comments are going to be like, you got to make America great again, and you're Spanish, but they're trying to deport Spanish people.
Did Trump get the Latino vote?
Yes, because they were ignorant. They were
Did Trump get the Latino vote? Yes or no?
She literally answered.
I mean, he got the majority. That's all I paid attention to be honest with you. He won.
They're trying to.
No, you're
not answering my question.
I'm asking you.
No, you're not answering my question.
Go ahead.
Did he get the Latino vote?
He won. I don't know if he got it or not. How about that?
Okay, so hold on. So if he got the Latino vote, right? If he got the Latino vote, that means the Latino community supports it.
Okay.
And out of ignorance,
because
they did not
support
know.
their family members getting deported.
No, and I am Hispanic. They did not know. They thought that he was helping, but he was not.
Okay.
Throwing paper towels and tissues is not helping.
Who the hell is that?
Trump.
Okay, so were you this vocal under Barack Obama? Is what I'm asking you.
Barack Obama.
No, I'm asking you as a Hispanic, were you this vocal about kids in cages?
Yes.
Did you know about the 6 million deported? No. Did you know about the kids that died coming off those trains? Did you know about the 8 million that died in the Rio Grande?
Moving the goalpost.
Barack Obama was like 2009, and we're now in 2024. So
because I can't say, oh, women don't need to be baby mamas today. And when my mama a baby mama, my grandmama a baby mama, everybody I know a baby mama, and I don't have nothing to say about them and their discretions, but I got everything to say about these women. So what I'm saying is, again, if you're going to chastise somebody for immigration policies, then you have to chastise where it came from. Trump kept Barack Obama's immigration policies. He only did exactly what Obama did. Obama did actually more than any president in history, and that's a fact.
Okay.
So I'm highly confused. I don't like. My main point is this: I'm not even sure why we're in 2025 and she's talking about Obama. Didn't we just have Biden in office? How are we skipping? Trump literally is on a second term. Biden is set up there and served as well. So I'm a little bit confused on how it is that we went all the way back to Barack Obama. And then when the woman clearly told her, it was like, yo, Trump was literally throwing, and I have that video. Trump was literally throwing paper towels at Hispanic people there. Like, hey, he thought he was throwing threes out there. He was just lobbing, some bounty, just lobbing them boys directly out there, like as if that was repairing something, doing some type of good. And the woman with the Trump hat, she was like, who did that? And she was like, Trump did. And then she was like, her brain, she was her trying to rattle something off. She was like, well, Obama sat up there. I'm like, oh my God. And as the other woman stated, a lot of Hispanics sat up there and voted for Trump out of ignorance because they thought that what was going to happen was not going to affect them. What the main guy in the middle specifically stated, let me see if I can go to him. What the main guy in the middle, yeah, let me just see if I can go back to the two right here. What the main guy in the middle specifically told her, he was like, yo, Trump is out here deporting your family and all this other type of stuff. She was like, Trump ain't deporting my. I'm like, if you're Spanish, like those are your family, those are your relatives, those are your people. That's his main point. She's trying to be on some, it's not directly impacting me. And that's the point that I'm saying. She don't care because it's not directly impacting her. That's why she stated earlier, she was like, well, he's not deporting my family, right? Again, she doesn't care. So she voted for this to take place, and she knew that it was going to impact people in her community overwhelmingly versus anybody else in the United States. And she does not care because she's not seeing the effects. And that was the point of the other young lady that was to the right side of the panel. Like I said, this is 1,000% crazy. But going back to what she wanted to state, did Trump not get the Latino vote? Yes, he did. Because a lot of Latins out here think that they're white. That's case in point. We've went over this too many times. We got OG. What is up? What is up? What is up? What else we got? Martha said Liam because it goes to skin color. The fake blonde wants to whine and cry about deportation and bury the former white terrorists deported more than Trump. Latinos knew what they voted for. That, like, this is my thing. I'm a little bit confused. We're in 2025 and y'all still going back to Obama. We're still going back to Obama. Like, nobody can stay in 2025. And as I stated before, the only reason that people keep listing or going back towards Obama, number one, Democrat, number two, reflective-wise speaking, physically speaking, he's black, right? If you take those two things out of the equation, ain't nobody going back to that timeline. Ain't nobody going back to that timeline. Ain't nobody bringing this up. Like I said, it's crazy. The main point that he is stating is that, yo, you're Latin, you voted for Trump. He's getting rid of a lot of people in your community, your family members, your friends, coworkers, all of those things. As I stated before, and this goes right back to what I stated specifically to white people. Y'all don't understand that because you don't specifically see the effects, but soon enough you will. Soon enough you will see the effects of what it is that you decided to sit up there and vote for. You can see the effects right now dealing with the economy, but you guys are like, it's okay. It's yeah. Because again, it's not directly affecting you. But the moment in time it is, the moment in time you start to feel any type of discomfort, y'all falling out on the floor like an unruly child who can't get some candy when you're supposed to be going shopping for the necessities that go in the refrigerator. That's exactly how y'all gonna be acting. You're gonna be falling out, dropping on the floor like those kids at Disney World that can't get that $200 lightsaber or Barbie or whatever it is that they got directly up there in the gift shop. Y'all gonna be looking straight crazy. You said he was but nobody's focused on, this is the thing, nobody's focused on Obama. Like I said before, the only reason out of all of the presidents that are there, that's the main go-to that everybody talks about. You've had a lot of the presidents that have done a lot more jacked up stuff fracture things within a community, within the country. And magically, Obama's the only one that y'all know. Some crazy work. That's some diabolical work. But that's why I keep telling people that race actually matters, because it's something that people can actually see. The moment in time that people can notice something that is different, they're like, yeah, we don't really mess with you. We don't really deal with that. Like I said before, make the person Republican, make him white. Nobody's saying nothing, and that's a fact. That is a fact. You said it sounds like somebody loves China. Oh no, actually, there's two places that the United States loves. The United States loves Israel. That is a fact. And number two, the United States loves China. That is a fact. So if you're going to really talk about somebody, I hope you're talking about the United States of America, because that's currently where we are at this moment in time. And more than likely, like most people that come directly to my channel, you're either coming off of a smartphone or a computer, both of which are made in China. So what are we talking about? Somebody really loves China. Look at all of the tech that's around you. Cardboard boxes, China. Some of your food might even be from China at this moment in time, because you don't know what it is, because it's GMO. So you might as well just, lob that directly to China. The apple juice and whatnot that you happen to give to your kids, it got a multitude of countries directly up there, one of which, at least when I was stocking, was China. So it's a little bit weird when people want to state that it sounds like somebody loves China. You don't actually have anything of any substantial evidence of anything. So you lob this directly. Somebody loves China. That's hilarious. Somebody said, nope, not at all. Barry, it is on all presidents, regardless of color. You said, Carry Pigeon. What was that? Brandon Green said American flags are made in China. That is, hold on. Let me look that. Hold on. That'd be crazy. Wow. How is that even possible? Hold on. So hold on. Let me highlight you real quick. Shout out. I'm sorry. Shout out to Brandon Green. Let me, because I gotta make sure I get your name right. Let me just highlight you real quick. I didn't even think about this. So hold on. Oh, my bad. Smoke alarm was going off. So I had to check that. But anyways, back to what Brandon Green basically stated. Didn't even notice. So I had to type it in. So I typed in, are American flags made in China? They said yes. Many American flags are made in China, especially the mass-produced, low-cost ones you often see in stores online. Next, they said Chinese-made United States flags. China uses, sorry, out of breath. China used to dominate the United States flag import market. In 2017, the United States imported over $22 million worth of American flags, with over 90% of them coming from China. American-made United States flags. There are still many United States-based manufacturers that make American flags domestically, including, what is that? Annan flag makers, Eder flags, and Belly forged flags. They're often used by government buildings, schools, militaries, and people who prefer American-made products. Legal restrictions. The United States is required by law since 2014 to purchase only American-made flags. Some states and local governments have also passed similar rules for flags that they buy with public funds. So the large portion of inexpensive customer-grade flags are made in China. There are also a strong domestic flag making industry in the United States, especially, for higher quality or official use. So shout out to you for throwing that directly out there, because I didn't even know. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the other trolls did not know that either. Because how many Chinese flags are made in the United States? That's a great question. Like, how is it possible that anything dealing with America is made in China, especially an American flag, something that's supposed to represent the country, made in China? That's crazy. So that means that a lot of people that were at these MAGA rallies were, really holding down China, literally, figuratively, and financially speaking. Crazy work. And I had somebody up here talking about they think that I love China or whatnot or whatever. Crazy work. Another person said Hispanics, when it comes to Black Americans, are some of the most racist, disrespectful, undermining people. Send them all back, legal or illegally. It's crazy. Carl said, what is happening, y'all? Nothing much. Going over a video, had to, wave down the smoke detector. Brandon V. World, much love, respect, and appreciation. Man said, I love the smell of blind patriotism in the afternoon. Why does it have to be this or that with y'all MAGA folks? That's bars. Shout out for the $5 dono. Then we got Brandon V. World again that said, don't burn your food. This man got jokes. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the $7 dono altogether. He also said America is a mostly export country. Bars. Straight bars. Let me see. You said the Black community is divided between the brain of Thomas Owens have been accepted into America, and there is no system of white supremacy versus Dr. Claudius and mindset. We hold America accountable for getting ahead on the backs of Native Blacks, FBA, and there is a system of white supremacy, pay reparations, and a peace treaty. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Well, at least in this lifetime. So the best option for Black people to do, instead of just waiting, is to at least get together some of the like-minded folks directly out there and start working on some different things while basically waiting for that to take place. Because waiting and doing nothing doesn't make any sense. It's not going to get nobody nowhere. So you might as well wait while still moving around and doing stuff while you make it to that avenue of quote unquote reparations and and everything of the sort. So that's that's how I basically put that. Let's go to the next video.
Dancing to the remix of Morgan Wallen and Wetter is trying to charge $6,000 for her to come to a trail ride and do a dance that she didn't even make. And this is why a lot of people get mad when y'all sit up here and y'all jump like jackrabbits every time white people do some bare minimum ass that Black people do every day. Because the owner of that dance is alive, well, young, and still doing the dance as we speak. And do y'all know that the owner of the trail ride, that was his second option? His second option was the owner of the dance. His first option was the colonizer. This is exactly why we had Charlie D'Amelio. This is exactly why we had Charli D'Amelio. This had a whole Hulu series because she got famous off of a dance that a black person made and didn't even give them credit until like a year after. Same thing with the white girl that was going viral because she was singing the Lil Baby song, the most mainstream Lil Baby song that everybody know. She was singing the song, somebody videoed her, and then she went stupid viral and was trying to give her $1 million out their back pocket. Like, y'all was literally trying to give her y'all 401k because y'all seen a white woman singing a Lil Baby song. Like, that's just weird. And y'all wonder why cosplaying is so bad. Y'all wonder why cultural appropriation is so bad. It's because black people keep supporting the bare minimum.
And she's right. Just in case y'all don't know what this black woman is talking about, let me just showcase the first part of this next video. Right. So let me see. So I might have to take down the banner real quick. So you got this. For all intents and purposes, for me, she's white. The lady in the video is going to more than likely say that she's mixed. To me, she's white. Just looking at her, if I saw her walking down the street, that's a white woman. That's the end all to be all to me. I'm not doing no second guessing. I'm not even trying to figure out. What I see is exactly what I see. And amongst all of those black people, that is a white woman. I'm just going to be real. Ain't nobody tell me I ain't trying to hear nothing. I ain't trying to sit up and hear nothing. So this woman here decided that she is making money. Now I want to know, this is a dance that black people been sitting up there just doing, chilling, doing all this other type of stuff, teaching people this stuff for free and all of this, right? She ended up going viral because people saw her, and she's charging $6,000 for it. Now just imagine if somebody black was like, yo, I'm going to charge $6,000 to basically teach people how to do this dance. Ain't nobody pulling up, but she said that she's booked. So, but I'm gonna let this woman explain.
Janelle Sindab.
I'm sure by now y'all done all seen the little mixed girl who went viral for the line dance. Well, apparently she has some things to say, talking about she's not regular no more, and basically if we can't afford her, oh well. If you don't know what I'm talking about, here's the clip.
Good afternoon.
Yo, Jesse, what's up? Tell Jay I said what's up, man.
I'm booked all the way until September. If you can't afford me, oh well, prices went up, baby. I ain't regular no more.
With that being said, I'm not gonna sit here and attack her. You ain't all that anyway. I'm not gonna do that. I actually liked the girl. Besides, us light skins gotta stick together some way, right? But here's the thing. One thing you can't do is forget where you came from. You can't forget where you started. This post alone already shows that you're kind of becoming big-headed. I can't even lie. Like, you forget all these people that can't afford you. We're the ones who made you. Because of us regular folk that can't afford you, we made your show viral. You were seen around the world because of us. You are booked because of us. I don't know, baby. Just stay humble. That's all I'm gonna say. It's like watching a pretty girl turn ugly. I don't like it. Don't start the mean girl act. Yes, people been coming for you since the beginning. You've been just a little white girl. We know. But you've been keeping your head down and not saying nothing and just doing your thing as you should. I don't know. I hope you fall back and take some time to think before you end up ruining a possible career for yourself. Because what career do you have without these regular people that can't afford you right now?
Right. Also, shout out to Jesse. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Yo, I ain't seen Jay in a minute. I gotta get back on my other profile and check in on him, man. It's been a minute. I've been sitting up here just focused in and doing this. Matter of fact, I don't think I've seen that man online in a minute. I gotta send him a message. But shout out to Jay Mills for sending you this direction. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So, like the lady said, let me I gotta take these down real quick. Again, for all appearances, so that we can see this woman. For me, I'm a black man. She looks white to me. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't see anything mixed directly there at all. I'm not looking at a woman that looks like a light skin. I'm not seeing none of that. Again, I'm not from like Louisiana. I'm not, into the whole thing of people being like mulatto, Creole, octoroon, all this other. I'm not on that type of time or anything like that. This just looks like a white woman to me. And again, like I said, she's able to state that, obviously people must be broke because they can't, afford her, yada, yada, yada. She's booked all the way through. People have been coming for her since the beginning. This is ridiculous. Yo, Tippy, what is up? Wait, what did Tippy say? Tippy was like, I bet black men hyped her up. Well, this time in general, I would sit up there and say more than likely black people. Because when I saw the main video, I was looking around. There was a black dude teaching a dance. There was another black dude in the background, but she was dancing around black women. So that was the highlighting factor, directly there. And I've seen that a lot. Black women tend to have the Midas touch, or whatever they are around, or whatever they deem to be, suitable, it glows. And this woman obviously ended up getting that touch, and she got highlighted because you got to pay attention. She's dancing, but you also got black women that's there dancing too. And you don't hear those black women talking about they're charging $6,000 to teach people how to dance. I be trying to tell people. I be trying to tell people. Somebody said they're Arab. I never asked. I never asked if you were Arab. Just said bars, straight bars. V says she want to be mixed so she can justify her black moves. I mean, yeah, we've seen this before. We've seen that directly before. Again, I don't even know who that woman is. Do I still have the image up? Let me sit up there and show y'all what the woman looks like real quick, right? Because when I sit up there and look at this, I am not looking at I'm not looking at a black woman. I'm glad I still had the what's the name still open. So let me just put this up there for y'all. Somebody tell me where is the black woman in this? Because I can't spot it. I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing mixed at all. There's nothing there. Like I said before, put her, if somebody were to redo this picture and put it in black and white, it's still gonna look like a white woman. She would fit right there in the 1960s. You could do her hair a little bit differently. You could probably put her in like the 40s and 30s and the 20s. Like there, this is what I be talking about. Yo, D, what is up? Tippy said, no, said you black men welcome her with open arms. Well, Tippy, this is the thing. I can't sit up there and tell you what black men did because I wasn't sitting up there paying attention. I can tell you in general that when it deals with white people dancing or doing anything that black people happen to do, I done seen both black men and women hype white people up off of the most basic stuff, off of stuff that 3-year-old kids are sitting up there doing at like a cookout or whatnot or whatever. The moment in time somebody white do it, we sitting up there hyping it up. And it's the best thing. And now they sitting up there making money, and we're still, broke, looking around and trying to celebrate and look for the next white person to hype up. It's crazy work. It's crazy work because I put it to you like this. I done seen too many instances because I like to try to make it an even playing field. I done seen too many instances of when you've had black dudes hype up, let's say a girl that's Asian, white, or whatnot, sit up there and do and dances that black girls do, and I didn't see way too many times of black women sitting up there hyping up any guy that's Asian, Latin, or white, especially doing dances that black dudes been sitting up there doing. So I'm, it's crazy. It's crazy out here. It's 100% crazy out here. It's ridiculous. Tippy said, I never seen white people hyping up black people because they know Nickelback or Disturbed. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can even take it and look at the country music awards. White people don't want black people there. White people don't want black people having anything. What was the young black dude's name? I think it was like Kane something. He was light. I forgot his name. They did not want. They especially hated that man. Let me tell you the seething that was coming from white people because they automatically knew that the women there were going to find him attractive, and they was like, oh no, nope, get him out of here. I forgot his name, but I remember his name was like, it was Kane something. But yeah, they don't want black people dealing with country music, even though black people are just as much a part of. I'm sorry, better yet, let me rewrite it to a different extent. Black people created country music. I'm sorry. I had to correct myself real quick. I was trying to be, some type of political correctness, trying to, all lives matter the situation. I had to catch myself real quick. Darn it. This is what happens when you talk to true Americans directly out here on social media. You think everything is just this rose-colored glass type of thing when it's like, no, it's not. Because the moment in time that white people know that they created something, they will let you know. They will stump the ground, stand 10 toes down, all this other type of stuff, stamp, parade, waving flags. The moment in time black people having to say something, everybody around the world is like, no, you didn't create that. Everybody around the world want to shut down black people when they happen to say something. Crazy work. Like I said, you can't make it up. You cannot make it up. Yo, Bushido, what is up? What is up? What is up? Let me see what else we got. Charging $6K to learn how to dance is crazy. Rather spend all of that on food. That's bars. I'm right there with you. Kit said is a sister hiding behind Becky because all I see is Casper. The Mayo ghost. That's crazy. Dixon said currently. We got a nice little troll. No problem. Got you. What we got? Jules said just made me think of Save the Last Dance. Back in the day, her dance routine was fire, but look at it now. And that's the funny part too. And that was before we were at, in a sense, this point, right? Because at a certain point, everything was like a little bit more. It was just balanced, right? It was, people weren't really, in a sense, caring like that because people weren't really trying to automatically, like back during that, let's say like the early 2000s, 90s. You didn't have white people trying to uniquely just like claim stuff when it dealt with black culture, because everybody knew what everything was. Like it was rigid, right? Everybody had their line. White people had their line, their culture, their music. Bam. Black people, their line, their culture, music. Bam. Latins, their line, their culture, their music. Bam. Asians, the exact same thing. Now that we've gotten to this point, everybody's like, no, every culture is just fluid. It's you can dip and dive into any culture. Culture is not meant for one person to just sit up there. It's meant to be shared, right? And the moment of time that people happen to share stuff, you'll have that one kid directly out there that feels that they can have ownership over said thing. If nobody knows what I'm talking about, think back to any point in time that you were in elementary school, or if you got any type of sisters or brothers, right? And your parents taught you to share, but you would always have that one sibling, family member, or friend, or somebody in school that was like, no, this is mine. I like this toy. I play with it more. This is actually my favorite character. So I call dibs. Nobody else can sit up there and play with it because it's mine. I said so, da, da, da. Even though they didn't buy it, they don't own it. Nothing, don't even got a receipt for it. Don't even got the factory, even know the factory, the name of the factory where it was created. They still claim it as theirs. That's what we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with a point in time where white people used to sit up there and know, like, okay, we know what our culture is. We're staying directly over here. Everybody else got their own stuff. Now white people are like, no, we're claiming everything, especially when it deals with black people. Yeah, this hip hop stuff. No, this ain't really all. You see how we dancing? Everybody can. That's how they like to generalize it now. It's like it's not only black people that can dance like this. Everybody can dance like this. It's not just black people that can rap like this. Everybody can rap like it. It's not just black people that know poetry and soul and R&B. It's everybody that basically, knows this. This is not something that's specific to, black people. This is what happens when you decide to share. The wrong person comes along and they mess it up for everybody else. Shout out to white people. Shout out to white people because y'all doing it. Y'all doing it. Yeah. Thank you, Kane Brown. That's it. Let me see. Is that the name? Let me just make sure. That should be. Yep, that is him. Because I remember when he first came out, and I saw girls online sitting up there swooning and talking this and talking that. And then I saw the white males in the comment section getting mad, getting angry, throwing all types of racial slurs, throwing all types of like monkey pictures, talking about gorilla this. And like I said, people always want to talk about we're living in a different time. And, racism, it doesn't exist the way that people think. Nah, it does. It does. You just don't see it because people aren't out in the open with it. They're on the internet streets where people are safe and sound. They can hide behind the anonymity of some random name and in a picture. That's all it is. You said, what is white culture? Stealing. That's the best thing I can give you. That's the best thing I can sit up and give you. And that's me being honest. I'm just going to be real with you, because and again, you said that you're asking an honest question. I have no problem with that. But if you have to ask the question of what white culture is, that's also showing you that there is either none or a lack of. The moment I'll put it to you like this: the problem that I have, right? I can look at white people. I'm like, okay, the main culture that is innocence there, right? You like to colonize, right? You like to control, you like to rule, right? Power, money, right? And if you can't get it that way, you'll happen to destroy. You'll bring pestilence, you'll bring disease, you'll bring chaos, right? Again, this goes into the whole realm of control. It goes into fear, it goes into ruling, it goes into things like that, right? But that's the overarching historical type thing. When we go directly into the United States, we will look at the power structures that are there. You guys got the banks, you guys got the corporations, the businesses, the land, the police, everything like, right? White culture, right? When we happen to think about clothing, right? What you guys got? What? Banana Republic. I want to say Ralph Lauren, but I can't even go that far, because the Ralph Lauren that we know of at this moment in time was inspired and created by a black man. And I ended up finding that out, again, in 2025. Didn't know nothing about that, because again, somebody like Ralph Lauren is not going to directly tell who contributed to the way that his fashion was. Because like somebody said before, Ralph Lauren originally was doing suits. He didn't know nothing about any type of like urban streetwear or anything like that. Man was doing suits. It was a black man that literally inspired and created the whole modernized culture of Ralph Lauren that you see today. Again, this is history that is always lost, because nobody ever wants to give credit directly to black people when it's time to actually give credit. You always got people talking about we need to share this and share that, but the main people telling us that we need to share it, they don't like sharing nothing. They want to lay claim. So that's why I said before, for me, when I look at white culture, it has to do with trying to claim rights, IP, stealing, and all these other types of things. Matter of fact, look at a lot of the African garments, like the patterns that have been there for like thousands of years before white people even knew anything about it. And then look at some of the white fashion directly out there by these high profile corporation or fashion businesses. They literally are taking from those African people and making a profit and making money off it. Now, do you think that any of those fashion companies are going to give any of the hundreds of millions that they're making directly back to those tribes? Nah, they don't care. They don't care at all. Yayo said there was a dude that compared K-pop stealing from black culture to black people that go to Korea and wear Korean traditional clothing. See, and that's the one thing that's hilarious to me. This is the thing that's different with black people. If we happen to put on somebody's, cultural garb, like let's say it dealt with like Bruce Lee and it was putting on the whole, like Chinese like garb that they had, like the clothes that they got over there. I thought it was actually pretty cool, because we actually looked at, old classic Chinese films and whatnot. We thought it was cool. Like we wanted to actually emulate that, right? Out of respect, because we loved it. We think that is actually cool. We're not doing it in a disrespectful manner and be like, all right, as soon as we put on these clothes, we are automatically the Chinaman. We're automatically them. Nah, that's not what we're trying to sit up there and do. We're not trying to do that at all. It's the same thing as like, I still to this day want to get me a Black Ranger suit, with the axe. Because I'm like, yo, it's cool, it's dope. Does that mean I'm automatically a Power Ranger? No, I just like it. I think that is cool. I think that is dope, right? But when other people happen to dress up as black people, it's not the same thing. It's not a form of respect or love. In a lot of instances, a lot of people do it to degrade. A lot of people do it in order to steal, in order to claim by proxy, so that they can profit directly off of what black people, the God-given talents or just natural whatever that black people have, which is crazy to me. So again, this is why I sit up to say, if we're dealing with white culture, I'm looking at thievery, I'm looking at stealing, I'm looking at that whole structure there. Realistically, that's just me being honest. Hackman said, "Conquer and divide." Tippy said, "Those black people who hype up other races wearing black hairstyles. I guess they forgot about the Crown Act." Yeah, yeah. Somebody said, "Play the video." We did. Somebody said, "Racial slur." You say what racial slur? I'm confused. What white? White is a racial slur? I'm confused. Yo, Gail, what is up? What is up? What is up? Gail was like, "Let's see her dance." Y'all know I did put a video up directly with that, and it wasn't nothing much. The main video that I basically showed off here was the fact of the two black women basically talking about how she is profiting and making money directly off of the dances that black women normally do. Let me see what's her. Hold on, let me see. Uh, is that her name, Tiana? Let me see something because I think I was supposed to look that up. Let me see. All right, let me see. I'm trying to find. Is that her? That's a black girl. It's the craziest thing. The moment of time you want to sit up there and find a white girl doing this dance, you can't sit up there and find. I gotta type in multiple names. Let's see what else we got. Music video at the end. Didn't she have? Wasn't there a longer? What's the name to the clip? Let me see. I gotta go to downloads real quick. I gotta pull up the photo. Let me see. Nope. I gotta go back to Twitter. So we got Shauna Walker. Is that her name? Dear God. Hopefully she's mixed because I'm not even sure. Because I'm like, that name don't even make sense. I'm like, if you are white and you got that name, like that makes no sense. Buddy. She's not mixed. Hold on, let me let y'all because I think it's probably gonna be some music directly associated with this. I'm gonna have to cut it. Hold on, because I'm trying to get the video real quick. Nah, there's no way she's mixed. I'm sorry. All I hear is a southern white woman directly. Is that her family? Is that the picture? She got a whole white family. Nah, buddy. Who was the black girl that said that she was mixed? Man, this is why I sit up there and tell people you gotta stop trying to claim people.
A tutorial of my line dance to DJ Unk Morgan Wallen mashup. Let's do it. So it's just 2 counts of 8 and then you repeat it all the way around. I think I'm gonna teach you behind me so there's no confusion there with the mirroring. Okay, so this is my right, this is my left. We're gonna start off going to the right.
This is a different dance.
Pull, pull, real easy. 5, 6, 7, 8. You go. 1, 2. Lean, lean, back, forward. So that's 1.
Why does this look like this reminds me of the white woman trying to teach hip hop?
5, cross over with the left. 6.
This really feels like that. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, y'all, if you know, you know.
Let's do that one more time. Ready? 6, 7, 8. You go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Step right, cross, left, swing it, swap, then flies. Next part, you're gonna drive the car. Drive the car. And you're gonna rush down your body. Feel my drip, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. Walk it out. Hallelujah. Leg. That's right, left, right. Then you start over. That count, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4. walk it out. Hooray, go 1, 2, lean back, walk, cross, swat and flies. Drive the car, feel my drip, walk it out. Hooray, back, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay? The most important part is just feel the music, feel the beat, and do what your body says. Okay? Let's try the music.
All right, yeah, and this is when we're going to sit up there and just mute it. Yeah, like I said before, this is something from like the 2000s. This is like early 2000s, and we're in 2025 right now. This is what we're doing. Like, you got to be kidding me. Like, this is something that black girls, everybody in the hood was sitting up there doing this. Everybody in high school was like, what are we doing? People at cookouts were sitting up there doing. In some extent, you might have had some people at funerals. So I'm just a little bit confused. Like, this is yeah, and this is just as basic as all get out. You gotta be. Are we doing like a line dance right now? This is ridiculous. I cannot even. This is where we are. So let me see. I think, is this the other one? So let's just go to this one. I think this is the other one that was listed, at least when you look at the picture that I gave you guys before. So this is the one that you were able to see. So let me just get this real quick. Give me a second. Dun, 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 dun. And I will, roll through the comments real quick. It's just taking me a minute because I'm trying to get these. Because originally I was just going to stick directly to the picture. Let me tell you. I was just going to stick directly to the picture. Let me see. Video number 2.
I've asked for a tutorial on the Dangerous Morgan Wallen's remix song. I'm not the choreographer. I suggest you start on her page because she has a great one. But if you want me to teach it to you, then stick around and I'll tag her below. All right, so it's 4 counts of 8 and then you repeat it. So if you think one thing at a time, I can learn one chunk at a time, you can do this. You got this. All right, let's get to it. So the first thing you're gonna do, this is my right side and this is my left side. I have it in selfie mode. I don't know what y'all call it, that's what I call it. When you see me to the front, this is my right and this is my left, okay? So the first count, you're gonna take your right foot. You're gonna go forward, back, kick, back, okay? With count 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more time. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? Your next step, you're gonna take your left foot, gonna go ball, change. Okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Left foot, ball, change with the right. Kick.
Shout out to David Joseph.
First count, ready? 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I like to put a bounce in it. Like, my food's coming. I'm excited to get that dinner, yeah. Okay? All right. Second
what?
Count, you're gonna go. Look at my shoes. They're cute Nikes. Okay, so that's right and left and right and twist. Just a tap. Tap, 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 and twist. Speed it up. 6, 7, 8. Tap, 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 and twist. Again. 6, 7, 8. Tap, 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 and twist. I like to put my shoulders into that part. Tap. I do opposite. Tap, 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 and twist. Okay? So from the beginning, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4. From here, you're gonna go stomp, stomp with your right. Then you're gonna take your left. You're gonna go.
I gotta find a video of that white woman that was teaching hip hop, because this is what this looks like.
That was the hardest part. Okay. Tap, 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 and twist. Stomp, stomp. Ball change. You're gonna swing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay? You just feel that part. That's just the way I do it. Okay? Tap, 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 and twist. Stomp, stomp.
Thank you, Ty.
All change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Back step. From the beginning. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Show them shoes off here and twist. Stomp, stomp, step back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Next part. You're just gonna groove back on your right foot. Right foot's already back. Just step back on it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Reverse it. 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's it. Then you just start over. All right, so I'm gonna try to do it with the music slow and then do it fast. So you got it. You got this. 4 counts of 8. You got this.
Okay, yeah. We're just gonna turn off. We're just gonna turn. Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. So let me just go to what it is I'm talking about here. Let me show off because I got great minds directly in here. We got Ty that sent the video, but let me read this first. So we got David Joseph that said that we black folks created country music and hockey as well. Singer Solomon Burke used to Miss Gospel. Oh, okay. Music, gospel, soul, and country music in his legendary songs. Gotcha. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the $5 dono to the channel. So Ty actually brought up what it is that I was talking about. So this, let me just make sure I'm clicking on the right thing. This is what I was talking about. This woman here.
Hey, I'm Dina. Look at my feet. My feet are straight ahead. You don't want to do that. You want to turn your feet out. And I'm going to do this backwards. And that's what makes it look like hip hop. What this is with hip hop is everything's down low. It all is in a plie. I think the first thing that you need to know about hip hop, it's all about your posture. And you know, growing up, my posture was really bad. My mom used to tell me all the time, stand up straight, stand up straight. Well, you know what? I was standing up straight. And hip hop is this. 1, 2, 3, 4, hit, ah, and ah. The more relaxed you are, that's what makes it hip hop. This is the first thing I want to say to you. You want to do hip hop? You got to stand like this. In a hip hop head, we have this. Boom, bam, every time. Or Your hands are always like this. Start out just hitting it.
This is what we call popping. Straight. Straight. I went to this club, right? And they had no baggy pants and no sneakers. That was wild. I didn't know what to think about that. I took some of this from an African piece. In the African piece, it was like this, but in hip hop, it's like this. See, there's a difference. This is me. This is how I am. This is a lifestyle. This is it. I'm into points a lot, but they're not your average points. People ask me all the time, what are you going to do when hip hop goes out? Hip hop is an attitude. It's right here. It's how you feel. It's a style. So it can go out. Hit, flex foot.
Bruh.
Bent back. It's all in your attitude. It's right here in your faces and how you dress. It's the way you look. I want to tell you another thing that makes hip hop hip hop. I do this at the end of class, every class.
Brother. Anytime I happen to see a random white girl out there just like magically doing something. See, this is my problem, right? Because I had somebody just pull up to the scene, and let me see. What was your comment before? Let me go back up there. Let me see something real quick. Because this one right there, right? Right, sounds kind of racist. Right now, I want to remind folks that 80s, 90s. This is what I want people to do, right? People who are genuinely honest. You go back to the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, look at how white people were dancing. That's all I'm saying. Somehow, some way, it went from the normal way that white people would dance, which is offbeat. Because let's be real, I'm just gonna sit up there and be honest, and it's not racist. White people don't really got rhythm. That's just the thing. That's well known. That's well known. Even when it deals with other people's cultures and y'all trying to catch a beat, y'all missing every single beat. It's like you trying to align with the stars in a whole nother universe. Like it just ain't matching up. But somehow, some way, it went from white people having their own uniqueness. They have the Elaine. If anybody knows Seinfeld, if you don't know what I'm talking about, look up the Elaine dance on Seinfeld. That's white people dancing right there. Just to sit up there and be honest. If it ain't doing some type of like line dancing or whatnot, or people just like shaking their heads or being in the mosh pit, white people sitting up there, doing some offbeat, type of like dance. White people weren't sitting up there dancing on beat, on rhythm, like black people. This is just known. You can even look at old African videos where the Africans are on the drums and the white people there are not even on beat still. There's no 808s. There's no type of beats. It's just simple drums. Still are missing the beat. And it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And still missing the beat. But you want to say that I'm racist? Nah, buddy. It's not how that works. That is, like I said, there's a clear-cut difference in how people sit up there and dance. There's a clear-cut difference. And we all know this. Let's not lie to ourselves. Oh yeah, that was another one. You talking about the Australian woman that was doing I think, what was her name? It was like laser beam, laser ray, whatever it was. She was Australian. I don't know what type of break dancing that was. But going up to the person that wanted to try to say that I was racist, nah, that was a whole class of racism. The way that she was dancing, that was racist. I was offended. I'm like, I don't even know what that is. That was diabolical. And she thought she was doing something. I'm like, this is the biggest mockery I've ever seen on a global stage. Ever in my life. Not to mention, last time I checked, were there even any black people out there breakdancing? I would have to go back there and check. Wigglest whack. Shout out to Devin Banks for the $2 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Yeah, it be like that, man. It's tough out here in these streets. Let me tell you something. Yo, it is crazy out here. Oh my goodness. I don't know what's going on here. And it's crazy. It's like you talk about this, and then people want to say, like, oh, you're racist for even trying to. How is this even racist? How is me making fun of and talking about this in any form of racism? Let me know, somebody white directly out there, if I'm racist, how is me talking about this impeding on your finances, on your kids' schooling, going to private schools, you building up a wing of a college or whatnot to grandfather your children directly in? How is me talking about this impeding on you cheating in order to get any of your kids into these prestigious schools? How is that even possible? It's not. It doesn't make any sense. It's diabolical work. But like I said, I guess as you guys would like to say, some people like to be victims. Seems like it's you. Just saying. That just saying. Crazy work. Boy, John Wood said, "Be real, dude. I'm not sure who you're talking to." This I keep telling people, it's like, yo, if you're going to use the technology that we have, use the at button, and then like at SEIJIHITO the second coming or whatever it is, and then be like, yo, Seiji, this is basically to you, or just even type before you write it like Seiji, SEIJI whatever you're going to sit up there and write. At least I know how to properly respond, because I look at some of these responses up here and I'm like, am I supposed to respond to this? Am I not supposed to respond? It's a little bit confusing, because I would actually like to give a live response to people, but I can't because I don't know who some of these people are talking to. Ms. Hawkins said, this is why Black Americans need to gatekeep our culture. Hip hop is not a freaking custom. It's a culture. It's a way of life. Them folks will steal your draws if you let them. That's bars. 100% bars. Ronnie says, said you bring up the 2025 Olympic breakdancing. Wait, Ty said, but that other video and screenshot is something you might want to talk about. Oh yeah, I think I did see that. I tried to run real quick and get the video that you had up there to try to line it directly up there. J Lock said the Stand By Me video is a perfect example. David said, look at the old jazz and cotton club stuff. White folks were up in there still in culture. Oh yeah. But white people don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about how to, during the times of, let's say, like segregation and all these other types of things, where we had our own things, they were still coming to our clubs. Our clubs are moving. It was jamming. Like, everybody wanted to literally be there because it was fun. Like, we had the best music there. They had all of this slow time, same old music, like no flair, no type of seasoning, no nothing. And they were like, yo, I'm tired of hearing the same stuff. I want to actually hear something different. And then they go over to the black side of things. They hear and they're seeing something different. It's a whole different experience. Like I said, it's a difference between a white cookout and a black cookout. It's a clear cut difference. Like this is not up for a debate. There's a difference between a white church. I've been there. It's the difference between a white church and a black church. Whole different singing, whole different crowd, whole different. White churches are so dry. It hasn't been up until recent times now, because white churches have been falling down when it dealt with the population and people showing up, that they started trying to implement different types of form of artistry, music, and rhythm. And I'm like, ain't this something? I'm like, now y'all really trying to dance in here? Y'all ain't just trying to do the normal left to right shuffle 2-step that y'all been doing for like the last 1,000 years. Y'all now want to start putting some rhythm, some steps, some beat directly in there. Now y'all really want to start trying to add some drums and everything else directly in y'all music. Now y'all want to start trying to sound like black. Again, like I said, the way that white churches sing and sound is different from the way that black churches sang and sound. It's a whole, you go to a black church for the first time, you would think that you actually going to heaven. You're like, yo, is this what it actually like? Yo, this is crazy. It's like you got a whole different, it awakens something directly within you when black people are sitting up there singing and praising God and everything. It's a whole difference. It's like you go to a white church, it's just like, it's airy. And it's like, oh, okay, pearly gates, all white, everything. It's okay, this is cool. It's like, this is some very nice elevator music. Okay, I'm going to the upper room. I got you. It's, like I said, it's a clear cut difference. It's a clear cut difference. What was it? Miss Ivory said they don't stay in their lane of country line dancing and that river dancing ish. Oh yeah, river dancing, that was big for white people. That was like one of the largest, types of like dances that y'all had. That was worldwide. River dancing. It was, yeah. Let me put it to you like this. River dancing was so big that at certain times, I remember even I was sitting up there copying that, because I would see the commercial all the time and they would just look like they was having fun doing it. And I would just sit up there and just mimic that just because. Anytime I would hear like the music, or I would hear, I think it was like a pasta commercial, and it was like a certain type of like music that would come up. One day I'm going to get all of these things together so y'all actually know what I'm talking about when things are going through my mind. But yeah, it was that type of thing, and that's the rarest time. And that is the rarest time that you will ever hear me mention that I'm like, yo, the dance that white people are sitting up there doing, I just have to sit up there and mimic that. Rare. That's not even like a blue moon. That's like once every new earth that is found. That's how rare that is. So yeah, it's like, yo, it's crazy. That is crazy. That is diabolical. Bully says stating the obvious isn't being racist, it's just stating the obvious. I mean, but you gotta tell that to other people. Other people want to try to make it seem like, hey, if you're pointing this out, that's racist. You saying that white people don't have rhythm? Oh, that's racist. No, it's true. It's like, if we were to sit up there and like I said before, I'm not really a type of dancer. I'm not at all. But I can promise you, the ones out here that want to sit up and call me racist, I got more rhythm than them, and I can sit up there and catch that beat a whole lot quicker and come up with some choreography that makes more sense than whatever it is that they're doing. I can promise you that. I can put my top dollar on that one. So it's like, and that's basic stuff. And that's not even trying. So it's crazy work. Diabolical. Let me see what else we got. The Olympic dance was god awful. Yeah, it was. It was. Let me see if I can actually find her. Let me see, Olympic dancer. Let me just get her. What was her, Ray-Ban or something? Break dance. I think her name was Raygun or something like that. Oh, they disabled that? Hold on. Wait. Oh, we got it. Oh yeah, buddy. Let me put that up there. Hold on. We don't got sound to it, but it's cool. So we'll throw it directly up there. This is crazy. This is diabolical work. Let me just put this up there. Like, what is it? Yo. So whoever said that was racist, no, this is racist. This is racist. Because I'm in order to even make it up here to the Olympics. Let me know if somebody black were to have made it to the Olympics by way of breakdancing, they would never be allowed to do anything of that type of foolishness. Never. You would have to be close to perfection. Even though black people are the main ones that were sitting up there doing, you would have to be close to perfect. You would have to be godlike. And note, the people that's going to be judging are people that probably can't even dance. That's the hilarious part. That's the craziest thing right there. Diabolical. You would think that you would actually have real dancers, real b-boyers, sitting up there, really, on the panel and stuff like that. But like I said, that's some crazy work. With a ray gun, she was obviously shooting at the opponent to quote unquote diss them, let them know like, yeah, bow, 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 you're done. Like, yeah. brother, this is nah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ty said I'm gonna disappear for a sec, making a pecan pie. All right, I got you, brother. Got you. J-Lock said this is why they claim that Eminem is the GOAT, which he is not. You know what? I'm at the point in time when it deals with the whole thing of rap. I technically don't even care. I said for the longest time, and I even put the clip up there. Scarface told people some years ago, probably close to a decade, if not more ago. He said about 15 to 25 years, 15 to 25 years, whatever it is. He said that rap is going to be white. He is right. Like that man is right. Like I'm literally looking at white boys out here with slurred speech, double cups, chains, tattoos all on their face. They pulling out all types of guns with magazines. They got their boys in the background. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, what just happened? And this is why I sat up there and told y'all in a previous live stream, I'm like, I missed the point. I missed the part in time where white boys were actually doing like white boy stuff. Like anybody happen to remember J.A., I'm just paraphrasing here. The show with Johnny Knoxville. I'm not going to, I got to paraphrase due to YouTube purposes, right? It was on MTV. That's white boy stuff. That's white boy stuff. And we loved it. Black people were sitting up there going to the movie theaters, buying the DVDs, watching the television show, because it was like, yo, that's some white boy stuff right there. Like, yo, they really sitting up there. Trust me and my friends, we would literally stop playing games and we would be sitting up there watching it. We'll be rolling, we'll be ordering pizza and everything. We had like a favorite person, I want to say character, even though they weren't acting like they were actually doing this in real life, right? We had a favorite person that was directly out there, from the group and everything. Like it was a huge thing, right? It was so huge. I think they put them in Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Like some of them might have been there. I think it was like Steve-O or something like that. One of them might have been there. And then this is when I also listed alternative rock. Like, yo, white boys, yo, where y'all at with that music? Like, what's really happening? Because I don't hear none of that no more. Like, I'm not like, I used to love when it was a time where there was actually a balance. There was a difference in music, right? Back during the time when I actually played Madden, I could actually hear a lot of different things in there, right? You can hear like the rock, you can hear the alternative rock, and then they just started dibbling and dabbling, throwing maybe, some hip hop, in there, maybe like some 90s type stuff, right? And then as the years progressed, they started, it was more so, I would say, balance, where you had the alternative and you had rap, right? But again, thanks to games like Madden, Burnout, and a few other games, that set up there and put me on to alternative rock and a lot of these other groups out there. And I was like, yo, the music is actually pretty dope. I'm like, yo, these white boys, they can sit up there and play and whatnot. It was dope. Like I said, one of my favorite groups, Linkin Park. That's classic. that's just classic. Another group, Nickelback. Look at this photograph. Again, classic. And there's a multitude of other groups directly up there. My Chemical Romance and so on and so on and so on. But again, where the white boys at doing that music? Y'all need to go back to doing that, because that's some crazy work. There's no need for white boys to start doing rap, and you're not going to emulate classic rap from, like, let's say you're not going to be doing anything from the 80s and the 90s. You're going to be doing like the straight gutter type rap where people have ended up losing their lives, either by way of what they've been drinking, what they've been taking, or because people were sitting up there rapping about somebody else in their family. Now somebody's going to slide and spray up the block. Like, that don't make no sense. You about to literally waste and lose your lives trying to copy a culture, or at least a part of a culture that is detrimental. Y'all got it. Like I said, white people, y'all don't know what y'all doing. Like I said, when anybody tells me what white culture is, I'm going to need them to explain it to me realistically, because I'm not seeing it. Because the things I identified as white culture, white people not even doing no more. Like I say, I see more white people now trying to do dances that they see in rap and everything else, versus them just doing what it is that they normally do. I'm like, what are y'all doing? I'm like, do the stuff that you normally been doing. I'm like, that stuff was good. It's funny, but at least identity-wise, that is yours. You can lay the claim to that and everything. Now you're on this whole other type of side, and I'm like, dog, what are you doing? I'm like, everybody got something that makes everybody different. And that was the one beautiful thing. Now that's not here anymore. Because when I listen to white boys do rap, they sound just like the other 1,000 young black dudes out here that's rapping, that's been sitting up there doing it. But the only reason that they're being propelled is because they're white, of course. Like, what was that white boy named? Malibu something, that almost shot himself on his own music video. Crazy work. Like I said, go back to doing rock. Go back to doing that. Alternative. Like I said, we don't even got Linkin Park no more. Bring back make another Linkin Park or something. Do something different. Bring back those garage bands. Don't be rappers. Look, what are y'all doing? Like, what are y'all doing? Like I said, I am so disappointed. Shout out to Kevin Sorbo, who's racist. I'm so disappointed. Yo, that is crazy work. That is completely crazy. Somebody said, did a Tyler make up that dance routine? I don't even know what to tell you. I don't even know what to tell you. Somebody, Bushido was like, Australia shouldn't be allowed back after this catastrophic disaster that they call breakdancing. Yeah, they shouldn't. Not at all. Like that's unseasoned behavior. Let me tell you. Sham said you can't even teach her breakdance. She doesn't understand its origin. And the funny part is that's the same person. I think what was it, Raygun or whatever her name is. She said that she studied. I think went to school or something for it. I'm like, where? Who? And more than likely, you're not learning this from anybody of the culture. You're learning this from other white people. Like I said, this is why I be having problems with a lot of stuff. Because it's crazy how everybody else can be an expert of black culture and they're like of another race. Imagine how are you an expert? That's like me being like an expert on Latin America. I wouldn't be an expert. Like realistically, I would know a lot, but I would never sit up there and claim myself to sit up there and be expert. Again, I'm not Latin. I'm not from that culture. I'm not of those people. They would know more of a lot of these things versus what I'm learning directly from a book. They would have word of mouth, stories and things passed down to them, from their families and little knickknacks and all of these things. But, like I said, I don't know. Tippy, I have no clue what you're talking about right now. What is going on? Shout out to David Joseph said Beavis and Butthead and Daria, our white folks show. Let's what? Bro, I was watching all of those. There were a lot of white shows that I was sitting up there watching because I knew that they were white shows. I'm like, this is y'all culture. I'm like, you got your own little hint or type of comedy and whatnot. That's cool. Keep doing you. For whatever reason, white people don't understand that. They're like, we're not going to sit up there and we're going to evolve and basically take on something else. We're going to take on a whole different form. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. You don't have a final boss out here. There's nobody out here that's trying to beat you in any type of like culture, race or whatnot. You literally have your own race, your own field, your own lane, but you're like, nah, we don't want that no more. We're going to go somewhere else. That don't make no sense. And even when it deals with the sitcoms, I started to see, especially over time, a lot of white folks, y'all started trying to implement a lot of slang. Like way back when, you guys like 10 to 15 years too late. Oh, this is off the chain. This is off the hook. I'm like, oh my God, raise the roof. Oh my God, put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Oh my God. Oh my God. And that's the other problem. Y'all tend to catch up and y'all tend to do stuff when ain't nobody doing it. Like the whole wave is basically like when you could have actually made the most money when stuff was happening at its peak. You decide to catch on to a wave 15 to 20 years after the fact, especially when it deals with slang. I don't even understand that. I don't even understand it. Like that literally makes no sense. So what, y'all wait like 15 to 20 years so y'all could try to make it seem like it's something brand new? Like y'all just the ones that did it, like the white girls that want to sit up there and do like what they call the gel bangs, whatever that white girl tried to claim it as, along with like some other type of hairstyles or fashion clothing. What was that one white girl that sat up there and she started making money off of the fashion that you had black women, like for black people in general, we were already sitting up there just doing in the hood, which was wearing all of like the teams and whatnot on our clothes. And white people were looking at us like we were stupid, like we were crazy. Like, why would you do it? Like, that don't even make any sense. Like, you just got a whole bunch of logos on some clothes like that doesn't make any type of sense. But then you come into the future, a white woman does it. It's the hottest thing since sliced bread. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. At one point in time, white people did not like braids or anything. They weren't trying to go for like braids, fades, Caesars. They weren't trying to do use the chalk or the color pencils to outline any of their shape ups or anything like that. Now we come into this time frame. Now you see white boys doing. I'm like, huh? I'm like, when y'all start doing it? I'm sitting up there looking at white boys wearing buffs, aka Cartiers. I'm like, when y'all start doing it? Like, where y'all even coming from with that? Because I'm like, that's really not even a part of your code. You were not even anywhere close to sitting up there wearing those. And in the moment in time that I even saw white boys sitting up there wearing, you were specifically from, because I'm saying it from Detroit because I'm a Detroit native. You were from Detroit, or you were from somewhere close. Like you might have been like, Detroit, Pontiac. You might have been like Inkster, somewhere where there is a black area or a black percentage. That's who you got that from. When you normally think about white boys in a lot of these schools, you're not thinking about white boys wearing like some buffs. They're not doing that. They're not doing the wood frames. They're not doing the ivory. They're not doing any of that. Y'all sitting up there doing like some Ray-Bans. That's what y'all doing. Y'all doing the NASCAR glasses. Y'all wearing the glasses like you going skiing in the slopes where you need to like really block out the sun. You wearing those hunter shades. That's what y'all be doing. Y'all weren't really wearing nothing for fashion. Let's just be honest. Let's put it where we need to sit up there. Like I said, white people have a type of culture that is directly there, but for whatever reason, white people don't want to claim their culture no more. And that's weird to me. That is weird to me. And also, speaking of which, I think during that time, Johnny Knoxville actually said, I think they had a video game during that time too. D said Pastor Darby said the same thing about hip hop. Yeah. Yep. Sam said Kendrick Lamar is about the only rap artist today that I like. Yo, Ellis, what is up? You said the Diary of Jane? Yeah. Yep. You also had what was it? Hoobastank? I can't. I don't want to jack up the name. I'm not even going to mention the group because I'll probably jack up the name. But yes, it's a lot of groups out there. J-Lock say you talking about Bam and Tony Hawk. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Stanley J said another black person not going to happen. Indigenous said I went to an IHOP the other day and a whole Mexican family had do-rags and cornrows and George. Yeah, like somebody got to explain that to me. Like I'm just going to be real. I'm just going to be, and I don't care how this even sounds. I don't know of any other culture. Black people been sitting up there doing like the do-rags and the wave caps again because the hair. This is the style. This is a part of the culture. We've been doing this for longer than anybody else out here. I'm just trying to figure out why is it that all of these other cultures that really never cared about their hair like that, why now magically y'all want to wear do-rags? Because again, I remember being in school and you would get penalized. Like you couldn't have no wave cap on. Like at first it was like the do-rags. So then we swapped it up. It was like, okay, we can't do the do-rags. No problem. So we'll just do like the wave cap. Or what you would do is if you didn't have like a wave cap or you couldn't get one during the time, you would get like a pair of like pantyhose because it's the same thing. And you would cut it to a certain length. You would basically roll that up and then you would, have that directly around your head, and you will wear that so that your waves will be coming in and shaping up. And like I said, it's a whole this is a whole like art form. Like you literally got to be in the culture in order to understand. Like no cultures, I don't even care if they are Mexican, I don't care if they're Latin, whatever it is. No other culture out here was literally having like wave competitions. Nobody was doing that. White boys wasn't doing it, Latins wasn't doing it, Arabs wasn't doing it, Africans. Nobody on this planet was having wave competitions. Like I said, people are like, wave, like, what is that waves? Like, I don't even know what yeah, you don't know what it is because you probably can't get them. Just to be honest, you probably don't know what they are because you probably can't get them. And it probably ain't never been a part of your culture at all. Like literally, like you would sit up there and have young kids like 4 years old having like a wave brush. And then on top of that, there's more intricacies where you have the different types of brush that you would sit up there and use with the different types of bristles when it deals with the softness or the firmness. Now, preferably for me, I would go with something that's more so from the medium to the harder bristle. Some other people, depending on if their waves are, their hair is short and everything like that, they would tend to go for a softer, type of brush, right? But I was trying to make sure that I was getting mines, directly in. But again, it depends on a person. Some people are tender-headed different. Like I said, there are intricacies and levels directly to this that a lot of these other cultures that's trying to copy this, they don't know nothing about. They got to literally sit there and watch tutorials from yesteryear in order to figure out what they even doing. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. Crazy work. But again, people try to say that black people don't got, any type of culture, yada, 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 all this other type of stuff. Crazy. Miss Ivory said white boys used to do punked, pranked, and rock out in their own lane. Yeah. Yeah. And that, like, Ashton Kutcher, when he had the show Punked, I was watching every single, like, I was there. Like, it was dope stuff. It was something that was different. Right, because you saw the stereotypical shows that white boys and white people normally sit up there and do. It was like, we seen the same thing. We'll be back when y'all sit up there and do something different. And then Ashton Kutcher punked, and he was doing this specifically to people in Hollywood. That was something I was like, whoa, that's crap. I'm like, this man is really on to something. He was like, he wasn't even going to do this to normal people. He was going to do it to celebrities, because again, it would be a lot easier for him to do it to celebrities, because celebrities look at other celebrities technically as normal people because they're in that circle. If Ashton Kutcher were to try to do this with ordinary people, it's different. Like, it's, you probably wouldn't be able to, really pull it off, a different thing like that. And then the awareness level when it deals with celebrities, they don't really got an awareness level. So this is how they got caught a lot of times. Like, he did one on Triple H. Triple H was getting mad. He was calm, but that man, that dude was mad. He was so mad during that time. But like I said, they got some funny ones up there. Funny ones. Miss Ivory said, I go back and listen to I got a whole playlist. I literally got a playlist on my Spotify with different stuff, especially like for me. I'm more so of I like Fall Out Boy, and I like 30 Seconds to Mars. And of course, if you grew up during the time, the younger generation don't know about that. If you grew up during the time of like the what was it, the AMVs or the OVMs, somebody in the comment section know what it is I'm talking about. But basically, the main classic shows, like a lot of us had a start in anime, right? I'm not talking about the newer generation, because they want to try to gate and lock everybody else out. They'd be like, oh, if your entry to anime was Gundam and it was this, that, and the third, you're not real anime fans. This is real anime. Like I said, I don't got no time for that. You're not about to, younger generation ain't about to dictate to me on what's real or true anime, and we're not doing that. We're not doing that, because I'm just going to be honest. Anime would not even be what it is today without the older generation. And that's facts. The anime that the younger generation has now wouldn't even exist if it was not for the surplus of the older generation looking this stuff up, researching this stuff, buying the mangas, sitting up there talking about it, and even creating a lot of these OVAs where it dealt with like Sasuke versus Naruto, or Jiraiya versus Pain, or Goku versus Cooler, Goku versus Vegeta, Gohan versus Cell, and like, man, come on. Like I said, that's a whole different live stream. He said rap. I don't care when rap fell off. Like, that's great. You don't care. That's cool. So you put everybody on notice that you don't care because you said that rap fell off 20 years ago. Okay, so go back. So this shouldn't even be your focus. Go back and listen to 90s rap then. There you go. Go listen to the tail end of the 80s and 90s and stay stuck right there. That's all you got to do. Like, what? Because you magically got a problem with my opinion, my observation. Crazy. Shout out to J Lock. You said you talking about Bam when he was in a Tony Hawk game. Yeah. Yes, sir. Jesse talking about Eminem. You said he ain't in my top 5 or my top 10. Oh no, I'm sorry. My top 10, 20, 50, or 100. I got you. Sam said you can't study at a school. She needs to head to the streets. You ain't got no experience or understanding why or how the dance is performed. That's facts. Indigenous said, right, still watch Beavis and Butthead from time to time. Yeah. Yep. Standing said, Hero, answer this question since you said rap fell off 20 years ago. Country got 808 drum. Yeah, that don't even make no sense. Somebody got to explain that to me. Like, that's not even country no more. That's I'm just going to be real. Now I'll say it like this. If you got somebody that's black that's doing like some 808s and different things like in country, I understand that because of the influence, who it is that they are, and we tend to do things differently to give a different sense, a different feel, a different image of what it is that we're. Because again, when white people sit up there and do country, right, it's that long, drawn out, type of thing. You might have like some love songs here and there. You talking about some bar. You talking about a girl, your ex-wife, a girlfriend from 15. You got all of these other type of stories. You might have some mud truck and different things of that nature. Going fishing, talking about your father. That right. You got a lot of those different things directly in there. If somebody black were to do the exact same type of thing, it's like you lived a different life experience. You are different from other people, so you need to show that difference, right? Because there should be a divide when it deals with music and how people do music. There just should be, in order to show the difference and perspective on how this person is a storyteller and views and sees their life versus another person. Again, white people look water and lakes, and they're looking at colorful whatever, might have some clouds directly in the air, right? That'll be white people, for an example, how they'll express certain things. Black people, you'll hear a lot of noise, right? It'll be coming from a variety of different areas. You'll hear things specifically from that town or that city. Matter of fact, I'll take it to the point as you got it so simple as going to the lunchroom, and the first thing that you do hitting the door that you see somebody doing, they got a pencil or a pen and they making a beat. And there were literally dudes. I remember early on in YouTube, those are videos that people would sit up there and post. Because that, again, black culture, that was just stuff that we were just sitting up there doing. We're bored, we're in a class, or somebody say they know how to rap and they need a beat real quick. All right, let me get that plastic cup real quick. Let me get that pen. Give me that pen top. So I got one pen on my left. I got the pen top in my right, or maybe I might need to, do a little bit of change of the beat. I might need like a marker, or maybe I might need like a number 2 pencil, right? And now we sitting up there doing the beat. Bring the back of that chair a little bit close so I can hit the metal real quick. Like I said, it's a whole system directly in there. And then it gets extra when you got a person that knows how to use their mouth and their vocal cords while sitting up there making a beat, adding extra flair and everything else direct. Again, black culture. This is stuff that I know of, that I've seen literally in black communities since I've been growing up. If people weren't sitting up there doing it with pencils, you might have been outside of somebody doing it with a rock. It'll be preferably a smooth rock. It will be on some concrete on the sidewalk because of the sound and the loudness of it. And you would be doing stuff like that. Like I said, people don't understand. People don't understand. It's crazy. It's crazy. I probably went somewhere in a tangent, directly in there, but it is what it is. Saved by the Bell. Yeah, that was another good show too. Tippy says, yeah, I mentioned Korn because them folks would say rap hip hop is trash music, rapping about drugs, sex, taking people out, when Korn was a little worse. There was a lot of other groups that were actually worse. Like, you literally had rap groups out there that people said that they would listen to them before they would commit certain acts, like dealing with these rock groups and whatnot. Like, hey, I listened to this rock group and this was the one that was really getting me going. Stuff like that. Boogie said they've been stealing from the culture for hundreds of years. That's bars. Tehran said, hello, what is up? What is up? What is up? Standing said the token one black person. Sham said Family Matters was a better show. No, that's bars. That's bars. Robin Big was a good show too. That was another one that was sitting up there watching. You said Miss Avery said, no, sweetie, white folks said our braids are Bo Derek braids and or goddess / cornrow braids are boxer yeah, it was like, and then on top, that's the whole other thing too. When you correct white people on culturally on what stuff is and what it's called, white people want to try to tell you, no, you're wrong. And I know this because when I was in school, I had a white teacher, Christian. She would try to tell me how to actually articulate and pronounce my name the correct way. And I'm like, no, the correct way you actually say it is how I'm saying it, which is how I was taught, which is how it is spelled. And we would go back and forth, and I literally got in trouble over this. And I'm like, all right, so my mom gonna come down here. And again, that's not what she wanted to happen. And she got that. And my mom came directly down there, and she told her exactly what it was. She was as nice as she could be, but I could tell, I could hear the tone in my mom's voice changing when she sat up there and told her. And she was like, I better not have to come up here and have this conversation again. Let me tell you, that woman was red in the face. That, and like I said, as a white woman, white teacher, Christian, red in the face. That's how you know she was mad. She was heated. And I was just smiling. I'm like, man. In my mind, I'm like, how you feeling right now? Tell me what it really is. Tell me what you really want to say right now, because I know you want to say nothing. I know you want to say something. I know you cherry red right now. And the sun wasn't even out. So I know that's how you hot right now. I could feel the heat beaming directly off her face. And I'm like, hey, it is what it is. Don't be trying to tell black folks what you think it is. If we tell you what it is, that exactly is what it is. Respect that and just walk away respectfully. That's it. It ain't no need to sit up there and debate. Because when a debate happens, you ain't gonna like what's being said. Because that's the one thing that I've realized: white people do not like being corrected, number one. And especially white people, I'm sorry, that's number two. But number one is white people don't like being corrected by black people at all. Even if the black person is right, they do not like it at all. Do not like it. And I learned that lesson that day, and that was at a very young age. So like I said, it ain't up for debate. I ain't trying to hear nothing from nobody. I ain't trying to hear, oh, but that was only one. I don't care. Do not care. Do not care. Sam said, you never noticed black people shows did not have one token white person. On white shows, it's always that one token minority. Yeah, you know, you always got to have somebody to fit that quota. You got to have the one black guy up there. Maybe he's working in as a barista. Maybe he might have a broom or something. He's passing by or something. Didn't they have that in the office? They had the one token black guy directly up there, which was crazy. I'm like, so out of all of the people there, everybody just word. I'm like, okay, I guess black guys don't like being in office. I guess that's how it works. You know, the funny thing, Sham, thinking about it, the only time, let me say, living single, the only time that white people showed up was like a guest appearance, right? So you had Rosie O'Donnell, I forgot his name. You had the original Robin that played, back in the days during like the 60s with like Eartha Kitt as Catwoman and whatnot. You had Dean Cain, Superman directly up there, and maybe a few other people that showed up, right? But other than that, yeah, if it was a black show, it was a black show. Like that was the end all to be all, right? Because we're just focused directly on us and trying to show how everything basically works. We're not trying to have a moment where people are like, yeah, the white savior and all this other. We're not trying to do that. We're not trying to do that. Well, you said, so tired of the Kendrick glaze. If you don't listen to rap, just be honest. I mean, no, some people like Kendrick. My thing was, I liked Kendrick, and this was like before all of this, like popped off. This is like earlier albums, and everything like that, and especially Black Friday with J. Cole. I wanted that to actually continue and hear some more stuff. But since everything basically transpired, we'll probably never get that. That might not be from like 10 to 15 years down the road or something like that. Because of how the landscape of rap is looking at this moment. But you got a lot of the glaze factor is more so coming from around the world. You got white people, you got the Europeans, you got people in pretty much, like I said, it's pretty much the all over the world. Not really the United States. It's pretty much the whole world that's jumping on and catching on to Kendrick. Like that's a lot of people's favorite song because it was played like a billion times, literally. It was not a place that you couldn't go that you weren't hearing that song. They were adding that. Like I think they even said that Kendrick is supposed to have his own station directly in GTA. I think that it's going to happen with a few other artists as well too. But he was one of the first ones that they basically listed. But I don't know if they really think that people are going to be playing Not Like Us all day, every day like they were previously. Because I'm like, this is the main thing I try to sit up there and tell people. When the world or when white people catch on to something, white people like to latch on to it up until it's dead. And even then, they're still latching on and playing it as if it's brand new. So the whole thing of like Not Like Us, which a lot of other cultures missed the point of that song, they overplayed it to the point where it's like, for me, it's like I'm just tired of it. It's like I ain't even trying to hear it at all. Like I was done by the time. Actually, I was done before the Super Bowl even came up, because that's how much that song was literally getting played. And I'm looking at people in at Indian weddings play the song. Not like, I'm like, are y'all really just? I'm like, did y'all not even listen to the? I'm like, all right. I'm like, Lord have mercy. I'm like, people don't pay attention to nothing. Because people were just looking at the fact of thinking like, oh, you're just talking about, Drake and culture. Nah, talking about a lot of people out here that be sitting up here just taking from black culture and doing this and that and everything else. And that was basically showcased. You had Africans sitting up there, and I'm like, y'all some of the last people. Indians, some of the last people. People in Asia, y'all some of the last people. Like I said, it was crazy work. Crazy work. Let me see. What was it? Jesse said, right, I watched them too. Yeah. What else we got? Indigenous said it's our culture. Boogie said there's hella rappers that came before Kendrick that are more lyrical, and there will be hella rappers after. I mean, yeah, but because of the optics, because of the push and everything, that's the only thing that matters. At this moment in time, Kendrick, people are going to look at Kendrick as basically the greatest rapper ever, because of everything that took place. And I think he also broke one of Michael Jackson's records. That was a long-standing record, I think, by just a few million. And I think that was dealing with the Super Bowl. So, again, you there's accolades and things directly up there to, substantiate, certain points. But it's just going to get to that point where it's like, all right, so Kendrick is basically at the top of the mountain and everybody else is below. So how long are people going to basically keep that whole main thing? It's just like the same thing with the whole Jordan argument. Like, you're never going to have realistically any greats because everybody's like, no, Jordan is the greatest. That's it. No, nobody can be above or beyond Jordan. And I'm like, are we kidding here? I'm like, is that like I said before, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? I've brought that up for years, and I'm like, and everybody goes silent. Everybody goes silent. People have nothing to say, and I'm like, so how are we gonna like that dude has way more accolades and everything. Like, that man is a shining star within his own galaxy, but it's like nobody points to that guy. And I'm like, that's some diabolical work. But I'm like, no, Jordan is the greatest to end all to be. I'm like, okay. Like I said before, and this goes back to the whole thing, which people said before, that there could only be one every so few decades or whatever. There can only be, this one black person that is the greatest. This is why we lose. This is why we lose out on a lot of things directly out here because of that type of mentality and everything. Crazy work. Crazy work. Yo, we got Sonny in the building. What is up? What is up? What is up? Sonny said, yeah, it was white boys hurting each other and getting the 16-year-old females pregnant. Yeah, people forgot about that too. Let me tell you, people forgot about that. Stanley said, I grew up on the Sugar Hill Gang, Angie B, and Run DMC. Also, during that time, we should have technically had the Beastie Boys as well too. That matter of fact, I'm glad looking at what you listed. That's another group too, Beastie Boys. I like the stuff that they were sitting up there doing. I thought it was dope. Again, white people culture, dope stuff. But for whatever reason, white people don't find it dope, and it's some crazy work. I'm a little bit confused. I am a little bit confused. Miss Ivory said, "Yeah, Fall Out Boy. Yep." Danny said, "Go Speed Racer, the first anime." Yeah, yo, Speed Racer. Oh man, that's classic. I remember sitting up there watching on MTV. J Lock said, "Not old, don't move the goalpost." Uh, what was it? Matt said, "King of the Hill." Yeah, I still sit up there and watch King of the Hill to this day. I still watch King of the Hill to this day. Tippy said, "Not today. A lot of black dudes doing white boy ish, like pranks, bothering people for no reason, and trashing stores." Well, the trashing stores part, that was more so. What was that dude's name? I think it was like Bunk. It was the whole thing, like put him in a coffin. It was that whole deal. So I know exactly what it is that you're talking about. That was more so. What was that? Like 2017, like 17, 16, maybe like 18 and stuff like that. And I think he might have had a resurgence during the pandemic, but not really, as much. But yeah, the pranks, yeah. Um, and this is what's happening now, right? This is the transition, and this shows you how things are transitioning. Because, and not saying that you didn't have black guys doing it, because you did have some black dudes out there that had some garage bands and whatnot. It just wasn't going to move anywhere because, number one, black people were going to support it, and number two, white people were not going to support it. So they were basically just stuck, right? So because you got a lot of white boys moving into rap and stuff like that, now you got some black dudes out there. They were like, all right, we're going to sit up there and just move over to like the alternative rock. This is what we like. This is what we, really idolize and grew up on. This is what we're going to, basically do. You got black dudes out there with like bands and whatnot. And they do covers. And I'm like, yo, it actually sound dope. Sound pretty cool. Like, I like it. That's some, some dope type of stuff there. Right, so we'll see what happens in the next 10 or whatever years. But you'll have more white boys in rap than you will black guys in alternative rock, because a lot of dudes are just gonna be like, nah, I ain't doing none of that. I'm gonna sit up there and be talking about the streets and all this other. But I'm like, if you're actually a good storyteller, you could do that, and you can storytell no matter what genre, no matter what it is. You can literally do that. You just write it differently. It's a different tune. It's a different beat. So Sonny said, my first experience of anime was Sega. Kit Kat, what is up? What is up? You said there are still great underground rappers that still keep it real. That's true. That's true. One underground rapper that I loved a lot, RIP to MF Doom. I got a playlist. I still got my very first iPod. I think with a lot of his songs directly on there. And if it's not on there, it should be on some type of YouTube music list that I have. Because I would sit up there and just be playing MF Doom. Like if I was, doing videos, I'm playing like MF Doom. If I wanted to listen to some different music versus what they got on the game, I'm putting on some MF Doom. Or in other times I might throw on like, some anime music or something like that. I might do some Endless Waltz, Gundam Wing, or or something like that. Might be waiting in the lobby, might be playing Inuyasha. Just waking up, you might have some Yu Yu Hakusho. Dun, 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 dun. If you know, you know. Because there's been too many times waking up at like 12 or somewhere in between 1 to 3 o'clock, and it's like that's the first song that you hear after some type of like commercial just set up there and happen. You just wake up to Yu Yu Hakusho, or you're waking up to the tail end of Cowboy Bebop, just going off, and different stuff like that, like crazy stuff. Jesse says, Seji, are you 80s baby too? I'm 87, so I'm 38. So grew up in the era you are talking about. I don't know what I am right now, because I had somebody up here telling me that I'm young. I don't know nothing about nothing, and I'm obviously 20. So I'm just gonna sit up there. Like I said, somebody said that I'm 20. I'm gonna sit up there and stay right there. I'm gonna be forever young. Forever young. I'm gonna stay right there. Boogie said the internet has made people feel like they're involved in the culture. Yeah, that's true. Rabbit said the AMV equals animated music videos, usually involving anime, but also American cartoons, Naruto, DBZ, and Ben combined with Linkin Park and Korn, 3 Days of Grace, often used bars. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Trying to just go through and catch up to some of these comments because I know I'm late. Probably by like 20 minutes. So I'm rolling. J-Lock said, but you glaze people like Eminem, which is low mid. I'm a little bit confused. Ali said, are you there? Oh, that must have been a part where I was muted for a second. Standing says, Seji Bing wants to use the N-word and gaslight black people because they want to get the bag up. While using black culture, they do get the pass. Okay, I think I know what you're saying. Yeah. Masawi said, banging on the green box, saying, do not sit on it, rapping in our youth. Yep. But I used to like Kendrick before he got glazed all over the internet. I started going back and listening to a whole plethora of albums I used to bump. He's not as nice as people make him out to be. Cold-blooded. Justice said Dragon Ball Z, RIP to Akira Toriyama. That's facts. What was it? A Capo said Drake can't be nice because he don't even write. Well, see, this is the funny part directly about that. For the longest time possible, I sat up there and told people, I'm like, yo, I thought the whole discussion dealing with rap was that, yo, a real rapper is able to write their own lyrics. Right, that was at least one of the main bases, right? And then a step above that was a rapper that was just in their zone, like everything was in their mental. Like if you look at like a Lil Wayne, a Jay-Z, and all these other artists out there that don't write down anything, they just say it. This is just what they do. They just got a great memory and all of this stuff, right? Drake literally sat up there and told people that he got writers. Pusha T sat up there and told people that Drake got writers. And the whole world, I remember, I looked around, I stopped and stared, shout out to One Republic, and I noticed that people didn't care. Nobody was making a big fuss directly about it. And I'm like, huh? And then out of nowhere, you had all of these other artists talking about like, yeah, you know, I got some co-writing and I got some other people that wrote stuff for me. I'm like, hold on, well, no. I'm like, nah, this don't make no. So now when Drake basically says he doesn't care that people know that he got a writer, now all these other rap artists, these supposed legends out here want to come out here and talk about like, yeah, they got co-writers and writers for their. Nah, like I said, this is clown warfare right now. Because again, everybody clown Drake, but nobody's clowning any of these legends directly out there that came out after Drake. It's the same thing. I put it to you like this. It's the same thing as when all of the OGs in rap were clowning Soulja Boy. When Soulja Boy came out with Yule, when he was doing the Superman, all of this other type of stuff, you had all of these OG rappers talking about dudes who were in their 30s, 40s, and whatnot. They were clowning. They'd be like, man, get that out of here. Ain't nobody sitting up there dancing. What's the next thing I saw T.I. do? He had to dance. What's the thing I sat up there and saw 50 do? He had to dance. What did I see Snoop Dogg do? He had to dance. And a plethora of other of these hard rap artists had some type of dance or a two-step. I'm like, y'all got to be joking right now. I'm like, you have to be kidding. I'm like, nobody questions them. No, nobody's checking them on that. I'm like, this is why I can't take nothing serious. I'm like, this is why I can't take nothing serious, because I'm like, people got selective outrage. Selective outrage. Let me see. Tippy said, you know, a white woman made a video about correcting white people in Viking braids. Yeah, I put a video up. That was about probably like 2.5, maybe like 3 weeks ago. I had put that video up. I think I might have did like 2 of them. And I put it up. I would actually have to look through the hard drive of, I forgot which hard drive to even get that actual video, and that would take me time. Let me see. Oh yeah, Insane Clown Posse. That was another group that I like as well too, because if I remember correctly, they're from Michigan. On top of the fact that one of the games that I was playing, if again a lot of younger generation don't know nothing about backyard wrestling, that was a classic. For me, I feel like backyard wrestling was a hood classic because everybody was playing like the normal, let's say like maybe it might have been WCW if they had something out, you know, during the time, Nitro, SmackDown, things of that nature. But then you had backyard wrestling. Backyard wrestling was like no hold bar, type of stuff. It was classic. And I think Insane Clown Posse, yeah, they actually had 2 of them in there. I think I played with Mad Dog, if I was correct. You had Mad Dog and the other guy, the main lead in there. Let's see what else we got. I'm trying to just go right through here. Overplayed, Worldwide, Craig David. Boogie said it's like it over. People tell me Not Like Us is better than Ether. Third Eye said, remember Eminem had a beef with a toy dog. He also had a beef with Benzino as well too. People forgot about, and the funny part about that is too, Eminem also had lawsuits because everybody said that rappers ain't supposed to be. You're supposed to handle everything on paper. You're supposed to just rap it out. You ain't supposed to be going to lawyers. Eminem was sitting up to suing people. He was doing that, and I'm like, that's crazy. Like I said, people got different standards. It's not the same across the board. Jesse said, like Seinfeld, yeah. Like I said, I watched when I was during the time when those shows were highly. I watched both Seinfeld, and I watched Seinfeld. I watched MASH. I watched Cheers. I watched Frasier. What else was I sitting up there watching? I wasn't really, doing the whole 90210 Malibu Friends. I wasn't really on that whole type of thing. Those are like kind of dry and like boring to me. I found Seinfeld and Frasier funnier than Friends. That was just me. I don't know to tell people. Just me. But yeah, and probably some other shows directly up there. Yeah, I was probably also watching ER during the time too, because that was one of the main primetime doctor shows that we had, and especially you of course had George Clooney, who was up there, aka who was Batman at one point in time. So you had that along with some other shows. Like I said, whenever you're a kid during the summer, whatever you can eat cereal to, you sitting up there watching it. You might even saw me see like a couple of episodes of like One Life to Live or something like that. It's like I didn't even care, but I can tell you mainly I was sitting up there hitting up the judge shows. I was watching a lot of those. I was watching a lot. So you had I don't think Wapner was really there. He was more so going out during that time frame. So then you had Judge Christina Milian. You had Judge Judy, of course. You had Judge Mathis. You had Judge Maybelline. And I think there were a few. It was like Judge Alex something. I forgot, but there was like a lot of judge shows during that time that were actually, up there and whatnot. What was that? James Hudson says, Seji, you keep it 100. Thank you much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love. It just said exactly a lot of people playing the song. It was talking about them. Yeah. Yep. Let me just roll by. Let me see. Jesse said, unfortunately, Kareem is not really for us. I mean, that's all cool, but that's not gonna take away the hard work and dedication. He put his body on the line. Like, he got accolades. He can be whatever he want to be. I can't sit up there. I put it to you like this. I liked Dean Cain as Superman, right? I disagree with how Dean Cain speaks and what he has to state as a Republican and all this other type of stuff, but I can't take away the fact that he plays Superman, and I liked his portrayal of Clark Kent and Superman on that show of Lois and Clark. I liked the portrayal. So, I know how to sit up there and separate stuff. Same thing with Kevin Sorbo. During the time of when you had Jax-Ur, you had Xena, you had Hercules, Kevin Sorbo played Hercules during that time, right? And even though I disagree with Kevin Sorbo on his politics and the stuff that he has to say, hey, he played Hercules. I love the show. That was something that I set up there and grew up on. It be like that. So that's where I am. I separate, things directly, out here and whatnot. Same thing with dealing with Hulk Hogan. I don't like any of the things that Hulk Hogan has basically had to state. But if a wrestling game comes on, you might sit up there. I am a real because again, muscle memory is what you've done throughout the years growing up watching wrestling. Again, I highly disagree with a lot of the things that Hulk Hogan has stated, the things that he has done. But again, can't take away the fact that he is a icon, when it deals with like wrestling and whatnot. So, I don't know. It's just me. It is just me. Jungle said nobody cares about the fundamentals of rap anymore. It's popularity contest. Yeah. Sonny said it's usually the same people who write for everybody who picks through our catalogs like a sibling going through your closet. That's facts. Third Eye said T.I. and 50 are overrated. It'd be like that. Well, T.I., the rubber band man, wild as the Taliban. He came out during a very great time. And during that time when you had like the 03, 04, 05 and all of that stuff happened, that was a great time for him to basically move and come up because that's when the South was basically, moving. Of course, shout out to Outkast for I would like to sit up and say Outkast is basically the gateway for a lot of Southern artists to be where they are and where the reason why the South is where it is because Outkast is mother. I don't think Outkast really gets the recognition that they actually deserve when it deals with music and how they open the doors for the South and everything like that. And then you also got 3-6 Mafia, one classic. Ever since I can remember, I've been popping my collar, popping my collar, popping my classic. Mike Jones, Swisher House. Still tipping on fofo. Like, Paul Wall, I'm the people's champ. Classic stuff, man. Classic stuff. Classic stuff. Like I said, shout out to Outkast though. They deserve way more, credit and whatnot than they have actually been getting. Without Outkast, like stuff really would not be what it is at this moment in time. I'm not even sure what rap would technically be looking at because at a moment you also, matter of fact, let me go back. Outkast, 3-6 Mafia, and then you also had Hot Boys. And then you had No Limit. Right? You have like if you had to, in a sense, do like a Mount Rushmore. These groups, these people would need to be directly up on there. Because then after that, what was it? You had Lil Wayne that had like a run of like a good 10, 15, almost like 20 years. And then after when Lil Wayne went to jail, Drake was signed to Young Money along with Nicki Minaj, and then Drake sat up there and basically carried it further. Come on. And this is all due to the effect of the South. Because just think about it. If the South musically was not even around, could you even say that you would actually have a Drake? You probably wouldn't, because he wouldn't have been signed to Young Money. And more than likely, nobody in New York would have picked him up or signed him. You might have had the potentiality of him being signed somewhere on the West Coast, but again, the sound would have been different. It would have been very much different. Yeah, it's crazy work. Let me see what else. Trying to just roll by real quick. Let me see. Third Eye said the passion soap operas during the summer break was a low-key hit. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Sonny, thank you. Yeah, you had Jenny Jones, Ricky Lake. Oh, hood classic, Maury. Because Maury, let me let y'all know something. The only reason that Maury really got hot was because of You Are Not the that was it. There was no other segments on Maury that anybody cared about except for that. That is the highest ones there. Those are the main ones. Any other segment, you can't even list one. You got a better chance to listen to something off of Jerry Springer than you do off of Maury. Because that's all I know about Maury now. You are not the father. That was just it was just at the point where people would have that on t-shirts. They would have like signs. Maury, he could stop and everybody else would basically finish it. Like it was crazy. You would have thought he was a rapper. Crazy work. Crazy work. You said, do I remember Jimmy Brooks from Degrassi? You know the funniest thing is, I did not watch Degrassi. I was one of those rare few during the time that I did not watch Degrassi. I heard people talking about Degrassi, but I just it just wasn't my type of thing. I was always watching like anime and playing video games, or I was outside playing basketball. It was either one of those things. It was either one of those things or all of those things. But yeah, I was never a Degrassi type of person, though. Never a Degrassi type of person. Well, wait, you said after the soaps, you said don't judge me. No, ain't no judging. Trust me. I was sit whatever you could basically list that was during prime time, let's say from like the mornings to the afternoons, I was probably sitting up there watching it as well. What was it like? Guiding Light, One Life to Live, General Hospital, like trust me, if I can eat cereal to it and there's nothing else on, I'm probably going to be sitting up there. If I can't catch like the judge shows or whatnot, I'm not watching infomercials. Because remember, I'm in the kitchen. We don't have cable hooked up in the kitchen. Cable's downstairs. And in a black household, you're eating cereal in the kitchen. You're not able to do that up until like later. But even after you can do it later, you're still eating cereal in the kitchen because that's what you're used to sitting up there doing. You know, so you would have the normal channels that you would flip through and you know, and watch and everything like that. So and this is why another one of the reasons I fell in love with you know, like MASH, Mad TV, and you know, a lot of other shows directly out there. I can sit up there and tell you this. I will highly take Mad TV over Saturday Night Live. I don't care what nobody says. Mad TV has a lot of memorable characters, cast directly up there, slogans, sayings, and you know, and all of this other type of stuff. Like Mad TV is more so generalized type of comedy that pretty much everybody could really actually laugh to and get. SNL is more so it's still like white, just to be honest. Like you got shout out to Kenan Thompson, you know, aka, you know, Kenan and Kel started off on Nickelodeon and everything like that. But yeah, just because you got like a few black guys directly up there, don't change the whole scheme and feel of SNL. Like it just don't. Like it still just feels white. It still feels just like dry, arid, just yeah. Because some of the skits and some of the jokes they be having is like it's really hit or miss. Like it got to the point that sometimes when they would do like skits and jokes that you wouldn't even have the crowd actually laughing. And I'm like, ooh. I'm like, yeah, y'all gotta do something about that. I gotta do something about that. Jesse talking about the dance set facts, they all had dances. Yep. Sonny said Xena was the gay agenda the whole time. Let me tell you something. Because Xena, let me put it this way. Xena was technically, I think, the very first, or was it Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman? I forgot. It was one of them. One of these old shows. Because I know it wasn't Little House on the Prairie. But that was one of the first white women. I'm like, yo, I actually like her attitude. I'm like, she's actually kind of nice. I like the fact that she was like a warrior, this, that, and the third, all this other. I'm like, I see you out here, Xena. You know, and then they also had like certain episodes, you know, directly on there. And I'm like, all right, I see Xena and Gabrielle out here. But then you started to see the whole thing with, you know, more so with Xena and Gabrielle, even though Xena had a whole thing with Ares and Hercules. So like I said, it was a mixture. But Sonny, trust me, I get what you're saying though. Trust me, I get what you're saying though. I get what you're saying. Kuro said, I agree with Seji's been saying for better or for worse, these people are legends and icons. Yeah. Yep. Just said, I remember Backyard Wrestling. Yeah. Yo, Pink, what's up? She said, I can respectfully disagree with the whole muscle memory. I think it's beginning to fade. Look at Fat Jones. It'd be like that. You know, like I said, I highly disagree with Fat Joe. I highly disagree with Fat Joe, but let me tell you, if I'm around my friends, especially from like from school or whatnot, and I happen to hear lean back, I can't sit up there and promise you that I might not lean back. I can't. I can't. The memories. It's the nostalgia. Directly right there. So it's it's tough. But I trust me. I get what you. I don't disagree with you. I trust and understand what you're saying. I'm just saying specifically for me, it's a little bit different because everything that I have is attached to actually like pretty great memories, especially being around like friends and growing up and stuff like that, and just like acting goofy. During especially that timeline. Like I said, I feel as though certain timelines are actually great, and I would love to actually go back to those timelines because it was way simpler. Like things were just fun. Like you weren't really out here felt like you had to fight for your life. Like during that time, I didn't feel like I had to sit up there and fight for my life. Like walking outside the door and whatnot or whatever. Not saying that things weren't happening, but it was energy and stuff was in a sense just different. Like I said, even being younger, like even trying to, talk to a girl and just go out, it was different. It was like, yo, during like the younger generation don't even understand. There was a point in time that you could literally just talk to a girl at that moment, just meet her on the street and be like, yo, you want to go get something to eat? And y'all both walking. And be like, yeah, we can, just sit up there and walk to, I'm from Detroit. So we can walk to like the Coney Island or so what you want, you want like Coney Island, Taco Bell, and usually those things are in the area, and the girls didn't have a problem actually walking. You would be walking and you would be talking, getting to know each other. You would be like laughing and all this other, like that would be literally the start and the formulation of memories for the basis of a relationship. You don't got that now. You don't got that now. These girls of today don't know what it is to actually see somebody on the street and get to know them and walk and talk to like a restaurant or whatever. And I'm saying like this is an ordinary restaurant. We going to just get some, some McDonald's, Taco Bell, whatnot, whatever, and we just chilling. We just sitting up there talking. There is no way in the world in this climate. There is no way in the world that any young dude is able to go out there and do that. That's just not happening. Like you better be having a car. You better call her an Uber. You better be shelling out some type of like hefty price of money for a dinner because they're not doing no McDonald's. They're not doing this. They're not doing that. Like I said, times are vastly different. Like I said, I miss those days. Like stuff was actually fun. Like people knew what fun was. People would actually sit up there and have fun. It wasn't, any type of like real, back and forth. Like, you would actually have a timeline where you can go out there and have like super soaker fights, have water guns, water balloons. Like people could actually sit up there and have fun, even if it might have been, let's say if it was like if you and your guys were sitting up there just like messing around with the super soakers and some girls were just sitting up there just like walking by, you could sit up there and throw some water directly on them and they wouldn't even be that serious. They would actually start joining in and try to arrest you for like the water hose or for the super soaker and get you back with it and start chasing you or with like a water balloon. Like stuff was like when I sit up there and say that stuff was like fun, it was easy, it was simple. That's exactly what it was. You don't got nothing like that now. You could never do anything like that now. If you decided as a guy that you were just randomly out there playing with your boys, dude, you might sit up there and catch some assault charges. Like that's the time that we're living in. Somebody's going to sit up there and call the police directly on you because of what it is that you did. They're not going to see it as fun. They're going to, oh, you assaulted this person with this water device weapon, and now you're going to face charges of this, that, and the third. And like I said, it's crazy. You can't do nothing no more. You can't do nothing no more. Yeah, Judge Hatchet, right. What is it? Oh no problem. Let me just sit up there. I'm just gonna pack them up on my side. Yeah. Yeah, Jesse. Yeah. That's one of the normal trolls that happens to show up. You know, the funny thing is, like I said before, the moment in time where you got black people just chilling, ain't really talking about, in a sense, nothing, just like reminiscing. Again, you got people coming in and just want to cause a disruption, just to, do something, which again makes no sense. Everybody is literally chilling, relaxing. Some people just sit in the background, just like listening and maybe just reminiscing and thinking back to, some stuff and whatnot or whatever. Just in a whole different, mind frame. Maybe it's putting them in a good place. And you got somebody that want to pull up and they just want to try to do something, which is crazy. Wait, Sunny said the grass seed. Now that I think back, every episode was like addictive trauma. That's crazy. Third, I said Mad TV, the early seasons and the later seasons. Nah. Standing said I love MASH. Yeah, MASH that's one of my favorite shows. I was there. I watched every single season. I love reruns of MASH. Also, Mr. Bean as well too. Classic show. Pink said, I remember watching Days of Our Lives when the OJ trials will come on. Man. Oh yeah, Sonny was like, don't forget Cops. Yeah, RIP to Cops, because that was a good show. I used to actually love that. Yo, funny enough, that was a show that I would actually binge watch Monday through Sunday. Whenever it will come on, I think Cops will come on after the 12 o'clock news. I think it was like from 1 to 3 on Fox 2 that they would sit up there and play, or it was specifically playing like an hour block. And I would get up, have my cereal, like I'll have like some Fruity Pebbles, Fruit Loops or something, and I would be, or some Oops All Berries, and I would sit there and I would watch Cops. And I used to actually love watching Cops. Like, and that's what people don't even understand. Like, it was actually at a point in time where black people were kind of like balanced in a sense when it dealt with Cops, because a lot of black people in the hood watch Cops. Just to let you know, a lot of black people watched it. But now, when everything started changing, this is now you started. What happened with Cops? The TV show Cops. What happened? It went off the air. They were like, yo, we're retiring. We're doing this and that due to the current events and the climate of society. Yeah, because it's not a good look now. And you know that a lot of the main people that watch it ain't going to be watching it no more. Oops. I don't know what you thought was going to sit up there and happen. I think they did bring it back for 1 or 2 seasons or something like that. But again, it wasn't going to be the same. Like the Cops, if you look back from like, the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s, way different. Like the tone was drastically different. It actually looked like during those timelines that police actually had some capable training. Like they were actually raised right. Versus what we see on social media. Like I said, you got what you get when they put the cameras on the scene versus when police in real life have body cameras in their actual interactions with real people. Completely different thing. And it was jarring for a lot of people. It was like, yo, I grew up watching Cops all of these years. And I'm like, what I grew up watching is not what I'm watching police do on these body cameras. And I'm like, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Jesse said, yeah, they opened the door for the South. Yeah. Yep. Wait, Tippy, who you talking about? I see Tippy going off in the comments. I'm like, wait, Tippy, who you going over? Who you going over? Third Eye says Xena went downhill after Hope / Baby arc. I think I barely remember that. Oh yeah, Smallville. That's a classic show. Shout out to Remy Zero. Somebody save me. That whenever, let me tell you something. That was the most. I was more on time for Smallville than I was for school. that's how bad that was. That's how bad that was. Like as soon as you hear that song, like I could have been like in the shower, and I'm like, oh, Smallville, man, I'm about to rush this shower real quick, go downstairs so I can sit up there and watch, Smallville. I ain't care what was happening. I could be dead set playing the game real quick. I'm like, man, I was about to win this match. No problem. Let me just hand myself this loss. Smallville is on. And I'll be right there. I will be right there. Sonny said, ew, Xena was a girl's white Caucasian woman around in the same industrious metal skirt fighting men on her period with bangs. Hey, I mean, when you're young, you're not really sitting up there paying attention to, a whole bunch of aesthetics. You're just looking at it for what it looks like. Like I said, at least I'm honest. Like I said, I'm going by what it is that I was seeing directly during that time. It was the same thing with what was the Asian girl, the treasure hunter? I forgot what her name was. That was another one directly right there. Because I don't think, do we even have any type of black female like superhero television? We didn't even have really anything close during that time frame. So can't really compare. Like the only thing I can technically give you would be basically Eartha Kitt playing, and Eartha Kitt looked nice. Let me if people don't know what Eartha Kitt looked like, go back and look at Eartha Kitt in the Batman television series. That was Eartha Kitt. that was Eartha Kitt. Tippy said he came in here being disrespectful for no reason. No, yeah, Tippy, that's one of the main classic trolls that we always get here. So that's just the same old. Miss Ivory said, I heard something viral going around. A black lady in her 20s said, I'm not going to date using Apple Pay. Oh, you gotta be. Let me see some. See, now y'all putting me up on some stuff. Let me see. I think if I type it in there, just let me see. Not dating. Oh my god! Now they want me to do this. What's the name? This is so annoying. Jesus Christ! Confirm the two shapes. Let me see. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Let me see this. Hold on. Like, this is some clown where I ain't never heard of this before. It's always something. She has to just be saying stuff just to be stupid. Uh, I would love to sit up there and just believe she's saying this just to be stupid, but at this point in time, I don't know what to tell people. I'm it's at the point in time I can't tell you what's fake or not, because there's too many examples of stuff happening in real life. So let me put this up there. So to know what I'm talking about, Miss Ivory mentioned this video here, so let me just post that.
You ever think that I'm going out with you and then you pull out Apple Pay to pay for our bill, to tap your card? You're over it. You're dumb. You're crazy. This is the last time you will ever see from me or hear from me, motherfucker.
I wanna just say that she probably just came. I'm just trying to give excuses right now because I'm looking at her eyes. It's looking real glassy and it's looking real shiny. And I want to believe that nobody would be that stupid as to say something like that. But I'm not too sure anymore. I am not too sure. Not too sure. Oh yeah. Shout out to Chris Hansen. Pink was like, to catch a predator. Yeah, that was one of my favorite shows. Let me tell you, when Chris Hansen was like, "Do you know who I am? I am Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC to Catch a Predator, and you're on my show. Your name is Call Me Daddy 619. You were talking to Ashley. Did you know that she was a minor? Did you know that she was 13, underage? And you said that was okay. We have recordings. We have pictures. we have the chat logs. Call Me Daddy 619. The way them dudes would try to sit up there and walk past and deny. I was like, no, I was just Chris, it's not what it seems. I as a very caring individual and also a father myself, I caught this chat, on this dating site, and I was like, this is interesting. And I thought to myself, if this minor is here by themselves, like that's terrible. Like they're in danger. So let me travel 12 hours away from my home and decide to bring a pizza, some alcohol, and some prophylactics, and go visit this person just to make sure that they are okay and safe. I'm like, do y'all even believe the stuff that y'all say? I'm like, this is impossible. And then they would also especially have To Catch a Predator in Fairfax County, Connecticut. I don't know what it is about Connecticut and them having all of these dudes directly there that are just ready to risk it all. Crazy work. These dudes be having money, working corporate jobs, military, police, judges, rabbis. I'm like, whoo. And I'm like, and nobody talks about this. Nobody. Whenever people want to talk about statistics, I'm like, let's talk about To Catch a Predator. Let's look at the stats on that show and who it is that they were sitting up there catching specifically. Let's look at that real quick. I'm like, and nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to, talk about that. But yeah, what she was sitting up here saying is crazy. Like now you're on some thing talking about like Apple Pay. So what? He has to bring out cash. Like I'm like, you do know, like for all, I'm just gonna I'm gonna put it like this because I said it before, right? Because again, not to go in the religious sector, people talking about the mark of the beast. Everybody got a bank account. Bam, mark of the beast. Because everything is digitized. It's been digitized. They're just now letting you know that it's digitized, right? Getting away from the physical dollar, putting you onto the actual digital dollar, which has always been digital. As long as you've had bank accounts, it's always been digital. So that's been for a long time, even since before I was born. Again, right? So she magically has a problem with Apple Pay. I'm confused. I'm confused. I'm like, this is where we. I'm going to put it like this: for a lot of women out there, it's women like her that are going to mess up the dating game for a lot of other women. So women like her that are going to mess up the dating game for a lot of other women. Crazy work. Diabolical. What was it? Free my man Carmelo. Since you want to be stupid in the comment section, free my man Carmelo real quick. Free that man. He didn't do nothing wrong. He didn't do nothing wrong. Free that man Carmelo, since you want to be stupid. Oh yeah, Moesha the Parkers. That's so Raven. Yep. Jesse was like, right, good vibes over here. Yep. That's bars. Ali said the first time I went to a Baptist church, it was so loud, I wasn't used to it. I grew up Catholic. Yeah, it's gonna be like that too, for a lot of people that ain't used to it. Because it's like I said, the energy that black people feel, that's the energy that we're going to put directly out. So that's the energy that we put directly into the music. So even when it deals with religious music, how we feel inside about, let's say, religion, you want to sit up there and get that directly from the music. It's going to be a whole different. It's an experience that nobody else could give you. You got Asians right now that's trying to copy it. You got white folks down south trying to copy it. But like I said, black folks are the originators, and that's bars. D Money said Apple Pay is wrong. Yeah. Sonny said looking like an angry beaver. That's cold blooded. Sam said, "Gee, we too old for this generation. LOL. She sound like a little girl, like 15 years old." Yeah, that's like I said. This stuff is getting stupid, and I'm looking at like her eyes. They're looking real large right now. So I'm like, yeah, she got to be on some alcohol or something. She has to be. She has to be. Tippy said, "Black men don't generalize all black women. Don't let this video be the reason why to say black women suck. That's stupid." Third, I was like, "I can call you Chris Handsome. We can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way, Chris. The choice is yours. The choice is yours." Yeah, Tom. It's crazy work. Crazy work. What was it? Tippy said, "An individual man heart. Wait, man heart hurt. I guess She's letting her anger take control, and she's still young. She'll change her mind. Yo, let me tell you, Tippy. A lot of these young girls out here, they will happen to catch up when it's when they're about like 30s. They will tend to catch up when they are in their 30s. And again, I'm just going by what it is that I've seen. By cases that of which that I've watched people grow up, and like I said, I'm watching Facebook statuses of people during the same time frame, and I'm looking at all of the stuff that they were posting for like the last like years and all this other type of stuff, and I'm looking at them now. People tend to catch up when it's too late. We got Sham says she's not old enough to be out past 10. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where you're? You better go back home and finish your homework in school. Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. Third Eye said, I used to work at a jail as a detention officer. There was a white husband and a white wife couple who come from multiple stayaways to try and hook up with the inmates that are there that are not of age. That's crazy. But I believe it, though. I believe it. Tippy said, oh my God, did I really just put heart instead of hurt? Yeah, you did. I knew what you was talking about, though, Tippy. I knew what you was talking about. Let me see. That is a black woman. That's a female. Tootie says she's only smashing if you Cash App pay her. Tippy said I meant her. No, I got you. Oh yeah, Cheaters with Joey Greco. Oh yeah. Favorite episode? I mean, I shouldn't say that's my favorite episode, but I remember when Greg was on a boat and he ended up getting stabbed. He was like, it's cool, I'm fine. Keep filming. I'm like, nah, this man, he was about the show. I respect that, man. I respect his dedication 100%. I'll never say anything bad about that man. Like I respect his work ethic. That man was laid out on the boat. No, I'm fine. Keep filming. I'll never forget that episode. And the craziest part is there was a recent episode of Cheaters where one of the dudes who literally works for the show, they performed a sting on like his girlfriend, and she was up there in the home with another dude. I'm like, you have to be the stupidest woman on the planet to cheat on a dude that works for a show called Cheaters. Why? Are you what? Like what brain cells were really like what? Like I said, I don't know what happened. I don't even know how that happens. Like you got to be the dumbest person. Jesus Christ. That's like sitting up there cheating on somebody that's a private detective. Why? Like, do you not think that they know that they have a hint? They literally do detective work and research for a living. Why? It's like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm going on a tangent. That's just me. Sonny said, you have a favorite episode of Cheaters? Yep. Tippy said, men sleeping around in their 20s, then having a change of heart in their 40s or 50s, want to settle down with a virgin. Sir, get you a match. I mean, it'd be like that, Tippy. I mean, because Tippy, I put it to you like this. So for some of the guys that right now, let's say like they're in between the ages of 18 to 25, women who are 18 to 25 don't want to date guys who are 18 to 25. Guys have no problems dating girls who are the same age, if not older. Whatever reason, girls and women got the problem of dating guys who are the same age, because they're like, well, we're not dating the same, like we're the same age. Like I'm more mature than you are. Magically, I'll put it to you like this. A lot of women say that, women basically mature faster than guys. But magically that maturity rate, that stops obviously at a certain point, because nobody's talking about women mature faster than guys at 50, 40, 30. It stops at a certain point, just like when it deals with growth, right? At a certain point in time, we all know that you got girls that are, in a sense, they hit, puberty or whatever faster or whatever it is, right? We're pretty much late to the game. So for all intents and purposes, you'll have girls that are technically stronger, right? Because they hit puberty faster. Guys are at like a balance. Testosterone has not really peaked yet. But the moment in time that testosterone peaks, all of that thing, progressing and whatnot gets thrown out the window. And it's the same thing with people talking about maturity. At a certain point in time, you can sit up there and say, I guess that girls are more mature. I tend to disagree with that. But for sake of the argument, we're going to say that that's correct, right? So then it's the exact same thing. So, all right, girls are mature at this point. So then guys are going to sit up there and get themselves together at a certain point. And then now that you can't even say that no more. But I mean, I don't know. When you have a lot of guys that tend to get shut down at a variety of ages, like a lot of women in their 30s don't want to date dudes that are in their 30s. A lot of women that are in their 20s ain't really trying to see dudes at the exact same age at 20. If you're in your 20s, if a girl is 20, she wants a guy that's 28, if not 30. If a girl is 18, she wants a guy that's 24, 25, 26. So when you look at that in that respect, you start to understand that a lot of these dudes don't really got options out here when it deals with dating, because they're just like cut off. It's like you have to be older in order to basically date the ones that you want to sit up there and date. So now when those guys are now at that age, and now you happen to see those dudes, like let's say a dude is like 25. Now he's like, all right, I want to sit up there and see what it is, but I want to try to go back real quick. Let me see somebody who's like 19, 20 or whatnot or whatever, right? They want to sit up and do that because they were cut directly out of that market by way of the women there, not by their own accord. The women made the laws and the rules like, hey, we're the same age. We're not sitting up there dating. You have to be this age in order to date me. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. It's crazy. It's crazy work. What was it? Jesse Paris said blockchain. Oh yeah. Tippy said yes, they do, Seji. Free Carmelo. Yeah, that's facts. I'm just gonna put that up there because we got some people that want to run across being crazy. So we're gonna have it up there for a minute. Tippy said men say once a woman hits 30, her value declines. You do have women that sit up there and say that, but in reverse, Tippy, a lot of women sit up there and state that men are not valuable up until they start to reach their 30s and their 40s. I mean, a lot of guys will also say that as well too. Like you don't really, as a guy, hit your peak up until you're in a sense like mid 30s to like your 40s. That's when everything is moving, right? All of that hard work, dedication, building yourself up physically, working on yourself, educating yourself. A lot of that doesn't come ahead up until you're in like your late 30s to your 40s. That's when you can really start to relax, see the sights, vacation, and do all of these things. So it's the same context. Realistically, it's the same context. And again, this is why you got a lot of young girls that want to sit up there and date older guys, because they'll be like, oh, like if a girl is 18, 19, 20, they're looking at dudes who are in their late 20s, 30s, and 40s because they are already there. Right, they've already figured things out about life, right? Because at where those women or girls are at the point in time in their life, they're still trying to figure things out, but they're like, I'm still more mature than the guys in my age pool, so I need somebody that's technically where I want to be, but that can also, match when it deals with trying to invest, trying to build, trying to plan out, because they're like, I can't sit up there and invest and build and plan out with somebody else who's 18, 19, or 20. They don't even know their left foot from their right foot. Right. So I don't know. Timmy said that's so wrong to me. Third Eye said women mature biologically, not emotionally or mentally. Jesse said we are the originators. Sonny said I dated someone that didn't know Michael Jackson. Woo, that's crazy. That's diabolical. Were they like an alien? Were they from like space? Like that's crazy. That is crazy. Sham said that ain't my story. I'm too childish. I was a late bloomer too. I am definitely not mature. I still play video games. I collect stuffed animals. I like to play too much and be silly. I mean, I feel like that's a lot of us. Just to be like realistic, but the problem with it is for the other mass majority, other people like, nah, that's childish. You need to sit up there and be an adult. I'm like, yeah, you can still be an adult, but still have that same type of like attitude there, because it's like the moment of time that you become like an adult and it's concrete solidified, that's it. That's the end all to be all, and you can't move from there even if you want to, because you've already substantiated that point as a fixture of what an adult is, supposed to be, is rigid. You can't do anything. You can't really laugh. You can't really smile. You can't really play around. You can't really do nothing that technically you may actually want to do right now because of what it is that you've, built everything up to be. Like I said, I would rather be in an aspect of just being like free and just like having fun in life. Like, still maybe I want to get like a model kit for like a Gundam, and I want to sit there and and paint it, and stuff like that. Anime t-shirts, still watching, anime cartoons, comics, playing video games. Maybe I still want to be in that aspect, because for me, I'm young. So it's like I'm don't have the mentality of like things being like rigid, things being, just like old and it's like, nah, I seen that with my grandmother, and I'm like, I will never have the mentality. I will never have the mentality of like, I'm just like this and that is it. That's nah, I'm good. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'm not doing that. Mm-mm. Like I said, I have a belief in still having life within me. And I'm going to have that up even during my last days. I'm still going to have that same belief. You will catch me on a PS19, whatever supercomputer that we got, where we can probably do like augmented reality, and you're going to see me there. I am not about to sit up there and just be like rigid, and that's I can't do it. Like I said, I seen it with my grandmother, and I seen it with the others directly within my neighborhood. I'm like, yeah, nah, that's not it. At least for me, that's not it. Mm-mm. I got to be able to have fun. Jesse was like, not Fleece Johnson. He got a. Oh yeah, I seen Fleece Johnson on Antoine Daniels. Yeah, I seen him. Yep. He was also a part of a skit, and I'm like, they ain't really no skit, because that dude he's really about. If you give Fleece Johnson 30 years, give him 30 years back. Yeah, they ain't no skit. That's real life. If he sees you, he wants you. Fleece Johnson, he was the main quote that he ever said. He was like, he slightly laughed when he said it. He was like, booty is more important than water. I'm like, what? I'm like, nah, you're broken. I'm like, nah, I don't know what facility you came from. Somebody got to throw that back. Don't make any more. Close down that facility, hire the management team, fire the investors. Nope. Mm-mm. That's diabolical. That is crazy. Rabbit said, Seji, when I was 17 to 25, I always got creeped out and saddened being approached by younger girls. Yeah, it'd be crazy. The funny part is, let me actually think back for a minute. Actually, I never had a problem. I never had, looking at the ages, I've never had that problem where you would have young girls trying to sit up there and just be interested. Nah, that just wasn't happening. It just wasn't happening. It just nah. I guess everybody else had that. Again, you're talking to a dude that's the nerd, the classic nerd, geek, Yu-Gi-Oh, all of that stuff. That's why I like to bring it up, because whenever you think about like Yu-Gi-Oh, D&D, and all that stuff, you think about a certain set of like nerds that that nobody's paying attention to. So again, that was me. So I don't even know what that's even like, really. Some crazy work. But for your example, that comes with the territory. Like what I said before, a lot of the girls and women who are younger, they want guys who are older. I remember even back during high school, you had some girls that were like 18 and 17. They were talking about their boyfriend was 23. So that's how I knew I already lost. I'm like, I don't got no chance. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, we're in the same class, we're the same age. I'm like, you're dating somebody 20. I'm like, I don't got no chance. I'm like, it's already over. It's curtains. It's like I can't compete with that. I'm like, this dude got like a car. He probably got like a job and stuff, maybe even an apartment during the time. It's like I don't got nothing. It's like I can't compete with that. Like, how can I beat that? I can't. Glory to the winner. It's nothing I can sit up there and do. And like I said, if people actually pay attention, it was a lot of girls in high school that would be talking about this, that they would have boyfriends that are older, that are, older than them. And those are the same guys that they would also bring to prom and everything. So, and this is why I make the statements that I made before, where I talk about certain things being very much wrong, but then I also talk about the fact that you have girls out here seeking out these things. You also have other people that enable these things. Like I said, you got the parents and the families that know how old a lot of these dudes are, and they be completely fine and dandy with it. But all right, that's your prom date. All right, nice to meet you. All right, bring the person back at like 12 or whatever it is. Yada. Like I said, crazy work. So, like I said, I don't know what to tell people no more. I don't know what to tell people. Tippy said on both sides it's wrong. That's what I'm saying. I got you. Maybe different. You said Joey was 2. Tippy said, yeah, I'm a big kid. Adulting sucks. And girls in the chat want to watch Barbie commercials. Tippy said, I'm super young with an old soul. Rabbit said, women being more mature is a misconception. Women on average just reach puberty / sexual maturity faster. People for some reason think physical maturity in women equals smart. Sham said, I had childhood trauma and I didn't age out like other people do. I went to therapy for the trouble behaviors, like learning to control my emotions, but I still like to play a lot, and that's okay. Yeah, it's like playing a lot. The thing that basically happens is you just got to find somebody that matches with that. Within certain aspects, opposites do attract, but for certain things, like if you're a playful person, you really got to find somebody else that's actually playful. Because if you find somebody that's the opposite, that the other person is not going to be playful. They're going to have a problem with it every single time. And yeah, it's going to be a losing situation. It's going to be problematic, a lot of arguments, stuff like that. So, it's the same thing I told people before when it deals with video games. If you play video games, you got to try to find somebody that also has a hobby or likes or knows about video games as well too, so that it doesn't turn into an argument when it deals with the relationship and stuff like that. So, Miss Ivory says some people do or say the wildest things to go viral these days. From folks may say, don't you with / Apple Pay to black people having no culture. Yeah. Tippy said, I would love to have a date night going to an arcade or something like that. Arcades are pretty much dead, Tippy. You would have to go to you have to take a trip to Japan or something like that. Or maybe no, let me pull back, because y'all still got some arcades over there up in California. So, you could actually do that. I mean, technically, yeah, Dave and Buster's, but I don't really consider that like a real arcade, but it's close. Sonny said, I want to have all the toys I grew up with, like my blue and red Ranger, my turquoise game. See, you had the turquoise. I had the purple. I had the purple see-through Game Boy. Casino keyboard, just to have it and know it's there. Like, oh, that's the same thing I do. This is why I own all the systems. Like at first I did this because my boy Big Mike, he was the original one in the group that had all of the systems. And I'm like, when I grow up, when I'm like you, I'm going to sit up there and do the exact same thing. And I did that. So I got the PC, I got the Switch, I got the PS5, I got the Xbox, all of that. Right. And then also this is stuff that I never got a chance to do or have when I was younger. It was, money was tight. You couldn't, afford. You had to make sacrifices. So even on birthdays, you might not have got, a lot of stuff. This is why I've always been now like a simple person, because things that I wanted, even when I had good grades, because money was tight, I couldn't specifically get those things. So this is why I'm highly appreciative of just even simple stuff. It's like, hey, I got me, like an ice cream cake. Hey, I might, have like some lasagna or whatnot or whatever. Like I said, real simple stuff, inexpensive. Don't got to break the bank on anything like that, because I understand the value of money because of how it is that I grew up and the way that I came up and, and stuff like that. So, but now when I can do stuff for myself, oh yeah, I'm going out. I'm about to, food wise, I'll spend $200 on myself on food. because I have that, ability every now and again to maybe just splurge, on that rare occasion, once every year. Um, or, I may get myself, a nice birthday gift because, I never had, an expensive birthday gift. So, all right, get myself a Series X, get myself a PS5, get myself, like an early birthday gift, such as like a Switch or, or something like that. So, like I said, that's the one great thing about technically adulting is that you got the ability to do the things that you were never able to do in your childhood. Maybe one day, just maybe one day, when let's say like when I make it to like a wealthy status where I got more than enough, I'll sit up there and take myself to like Disney World because I never experienced that. Right, that was the place that every kid supposedly wanted to go. I seen that throughout all of life. It was always Disneyland, Disney World, whatnot, or whatever. The moment in time that I have enough, I'll actually do that for myself. But I sit up there and tell you this: let some random white woman sit up there and ask me a question like, "Yo, are you here with kids?" I'm like, "Man, mind your business. I paid my money. I'm enjoying myself and my time. Enjoy yourself and your time with your family." Because for whatever reason, people are like, it's weird if adults go to Disney World or Disneyland and they don't have kids. Who said that that's specifically for kids? That's like, it's almost like the whole Peter Pan thing, even though Peter Pan as it's a whole different story and it's worse than what you think it is. But for all intents and purposes, it's like the Peter Pan story. It's like, kids living, forever, being forever, things of that nature. You were living that childhood, getting to, do the things that you never got a chance to, sit up there and do. It's like I said, it's crazy. The judgmentalness of a lot of people is quite ridiculous. Like when people need to be judgmental, it's like, we need you to be judgmental now, not on some whole other type of stuff or times. Crazy work. Sham said, yes, me. I'm about to be 70 with a mousy voice, playing the Switch, 55, wearing beads in my braids and cuddling up with my teddy bear at night. Yo, like I said, that's a gamer. That is a female gamer right there. There is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that at all. And then you forgot to also mention that you also play PC as well too. Because again, I've said for the longest time, I've been saying it for years. I'm like, yo, we need more black women directly into gaming. I'm just gonna be real. I don't watch a lot of content creators and whatnot or whatever. And I'm like, they people start off good and then they start going into the area where stuff gets a little bit suspicious, a little bit, racist or a little bit subtle racism and all. I'm like, I don't got no time for that. We just need more black people out here to be gamers and streamers and to just have fun. Tippy said, I don't think you eat much at a luxury 5-star. No, you don't. Everything is small. It's like the size of your hand. Rabbit said the second coming. In mammals, the females of the same species reach puberty across the boats, human, elephants, cats, rabbits, and etc. Tippy said, I want to go to Cheesecake Factory, In-N-Out Burger, and Mel's Diner, drive-in movie. I only went to like 2 out of my whole life. I've only been to 2 drive-ins. I've only been to 2 drive-ins out of my whole life. Sonny said, you don't know who was embarrassed to like you. I mean, that's also true. I think we talked about that in a previous live stream as well, and I think Sham had actually brought that up. I think it should have been Sham. I think she said that it was like senior year when it was some guys that basically liked her or whatnot. They told her at the end instead of during the time when everybody's going through high school, and I'm like, yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Rabbit said, Felice Johnson, we already got men out here proudly saying that they go after other. Yeah, that's the craziest thing. But like I said, nobody takes those things serious because it's happening to men. Nobody takes it serious. And I keep trying to, like, there are so many examples directly of this. It's crazy. But then you got other people that are like, it don't matter what guys go through because women go through it worse. I'm like, all right, you got it. That's why, I technically almost leave a lot of stuff alone sometimes because I'm like, if people just want to stay in that corner and you don't want to have other people basically talk about their experience and say that they went, no problem, you got it. I'll let you have it. Sham said, I got bullied a lot in middle school because the girls in that school was like 13 and I had 1 or 2 kids already. I was wait. I believe in middle school guys. The girl in the school was like 13 and had one or two kids already. I was still playing with dolls, so they was talking about this and that over my head. Everyone was growing up too. Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, yeah. So basically, the girls in the school during that time, they already had kids, so they felt like they were grown, and they were talk. I got you. Ty said what I missed. Nothing much. Had a little troll here and there, but got packed up real quick. That was about it. Tippy said I would ask my future man to take me on a shopping spree to Dollar Tree, Walmart, Target, DDS. I don't even know what DDS is. Maybe Michael's and GameStop. This woman here, let me tell you something. Ali said I love Sailor Moon. Ty said they have barcades. I mean, yeah, they do. Drink and play video games. Decent amount in Dallas. Rabbit said I'm a nerd too. I just don't like the typical you don't look like the typical nerd. I got you. I got approached by the most when I worked in a restaurant washing dishes. Must be the muscles because I'm lifting plates. Yeah, it'd be like that. There'd be a lot of dudes that be, either working in the back or whatnot or whatever, or maybe some of them be waiters. And the girls that are eating, they'll sit up there and be hitting on the waiters. It'd be like that. It'd be like that, let me tell you. Glory to the winner. Sham said, I was growing up. I was just a little girl living in a ghetto/world where people grow up fast around me to survive. For me, starving, I had to be a little girl, so it was difficult making it. Yep. Tippy said, can I go to once you get wealthy? I'll sit up there and make that into like a whole community meetup. It'll be all of the mods will sit up there and go to Disney World. The moment of time, if I blow up like Kai Sinat, we'll all sit up there and go to Disney World. I'm not sure if anybody trying to make that happen with sponsorships because this is a whole different platform. But hey, a person can dream. Let me tell you, person can dream. So yeah, that will be the plan. That will be the plan. Bushido said I didn't get a chance to have a Game Boy growing up, but we did have a Nintendo and I played it every day. My mom beat Punch Out before everyone. LOL. Yeah, and that's the other thing I love too is during that time frame, moms actually play video games. Like my mom would actually play the PlayStation with me, like the PlayStation and the PS2. She would actually come downstairs and play the games directly with me, and it would just be fun. It was just hilarious. Like I said, it's moments like that are awesome. That will stay with you forever. Like we played Tetris. I think I let her play Medieval. We played Pac-Man. I think I let her try Boom Boom Rocket, which was on Xbox 360. Like I said, it was quite a few different games. I think even some fighters too. Sonny said, a female not accepting Apple Pay isn't going to fix the Bible now. Yeah. Third, I said, Disney World is overrated. I've been one time and never again. Like I said, I've never been, so I would at least go once, right? Miss Ivory said, sweet Disney World. I'm a big kid now. Yep. And I missed the Nickelodeon Hotel in Florida with slime. Yeah, I wish it was a lot of stuff during that time I wanted to actually go to as well. Sham said Disneyland Disney World have a lot of adult places in them, especially alcoholic drinks. It be a lot of kids with drunk parents at Disney World, and I promise you, good going with just yourself. I believe it. Pajit said, what about South of Midnight? South of Midnight is actually pretty dope. I will give that game a 9.8 out of 10. I will give that a 9.8 out of 10. Let me tell you, that's a pretty good game. Pretty good game. So just in case people don't know what I'm talking about Pajit and his question right there. Tippy said I would do gaming, but I need expensive equipment for Tippy. You do realize, like I showed y'all on a live stream, the original setup that I had to start my YouTube channel. I had a simple Chromebook and an extra hard drive. That was it. That is all I had. In the editing software that I had during the time, it should have been WeVideo still. At one point I did use Camtasia, but that was early on, and I think I tried to use Filmora, but I didn't stick with that either. So it was just WeVideo. Same thing I still basically use to this day, even though I can use other things. It's just out of habit that I still use it. And Canva. Like I was using Canva before they were running commercials. Like a lot of people didn't even know what Canva was. I was a Canva-holic still to this day. So yeah, it was that simple. That's how I sat up there and literally started my my YouTube with due diligence, consistently sitting up there posting everything. I didn't have the best mic, I didn't have the best computer, I didn't have the best webcam either. Y'all saw me on some of my videos with my webcam. That webcam was horrible, but we were out there though. The videos were sitting up there moving and everything. So yeah, you don't need to have the best equipment. Not at all. Even from the PS4, from PlayStation, you can still stream to Twitch because they have Twitch app directly on there, so you can just hit the button and start streaming whatever game it is. Like I said, it's that first step. It is that first step, and then from there you just start building. D Money said In-N-Out Burger was overrated. I never had that. Miss Ivory said I heard about parents getting arrested at Disney World. Yep. Tippy said, but men make jokes about it, so it's really men versus men if you think about it. I mean, this is the thing. Men make jokes about everything. That's another way. Like women take every situation 1000% serious. And no matter what the situation is with guys, we'll tend to find like a silver lining or try to make a joke about it. Because that's our way of trying to like heal and get directly over it. Women will more so, try to cry it out, go to therapy and stuff like that. Before the steps of guys really trying to do like the drugs and alcohol, guys will usually try to, joke about it and, and different stuff like that. So like I said, just because guys joke about it, it doesn't mean necessarily that we don't take it serious. We do. We just have a different way of trying to look at it and trying to heal from that situation. But G said us little girls have to stick together. I'm confused. Wait, are you talking to me? I'm a little bit confused. Miss Avery said, I talk about guys getting something happening in college. Classmates though, I was crazy in 2001. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that back during different timelines. People had a lot of different jokes that people would be afraid of making today. Tippy said I was 17 still playing with dolls and skip me with that adulting stuff. Yeah. Miss Ivory said DD's is discounts is like Ross. Okay. Bajit said glory to the Most High. Well, glory to the winner. That was more so from Gundam Battle Assault. But I get what you're saying. Rabbit said Seiji has a video on Disney World. Adults at Disney World going crazy with their kids. I mean, yeah, I could probably make a video on that. Jesse said I went to Disney World thanks to my mom. That's pretty dope. Pink said once you get wealthy, we can go to Japan. Yeah, like I said, man, let me tell you, if ever at a point in time get like some Kaisenat money, yeah, we can sit up there and just like pack up. I can like pay for like the tickets and we just out there. Everybody, we just out there and chilling, going through Japan and everything like I said, it would be dope. It would be pretty dope. Tippy said, but you wealthy, why I gotta pay? Who said I'm wealthy? Who told you that? Who told you that? Gotta go back to previous days. Broke boys out here. What was that Kanye West? Broke, five broke. We ain't got it. Broke, five broke. We ain't got it. Ain't got no gas. Ain't got no shoes. Ain't got no cars. We broke. Yo, D Money was like, I want 10% of whatever y'all get from Disneyland. This man crazy. Let me tell you something. Ms. Ivory said Disneyland in Cali, I saw parents get arrested and sneak their kids in, or they turning up at the park. Yeah, that's crazy. Sam said my Game Boy was turquoise. That thing was solid. Like I dropped it on the sidewalk and it was still good. I had Pokemon Blue in there and Squirtle was on the front. Yeah, I had Pokemon Yellow. I had Pokemon Yellow and I had the purple see-through Game Boy Color. Tippy said I went to California I went to California Adventures and not Disneyland. Tippy then said, I think I'm a picky blurred. Yes, you are, Tippy. You are very picky. Sham said you don't need expensive equipment for gaming channels, just a good mic that is good enough. That is bars. 100%. 100%. Victory Leo, what is up? What is up? You said Legacy of Kain series was and still is my favorite game. I think we actually got a remake that is coming out. So you gotta check that out. Sonny said you had the best subscribers. Bars. Like I said, it was a time to see during the time of like the original channel and how that was just having a meteoric rise directly up there. It almost seemed unstoppable up until it was stopped. And like it be like that, you know. Sometimes you get a little bit too close to the sun, I guess. You know, they got to bring you back down to under the sea. And here we are, just submerged. Kit Kat, what is up? What is up? We said, and we are still here with you, family. That is bars. That is bars. Like I said, a lot of y'all been here for years. And that's, I you know what? The funniest thing is, I'm not sure. Like, you can fantasize about like, yo, I really see this in the future, right? You can have that whole fantasy and stuff, but to actually be in the future and to know something that you believed is like now it's a reality that you can, in a sense, see, touch, and feel in there. It's the craziest thing. It's it's a crazy thing. Tippy said, I think I remember that JPEG-ish Sandy camera. Yeah, it was tough. It was real. I even tried to clean that thing off of Windex thinking that would make it better. It didn't. It was just blurry. It was looking like some Bigfoot footage some days. It was tough. But hey, we're here. D Money said exactly. All you need is a console and headphones and just start. Yep. Sham put out the friend code directly out there to anybody got a Switch. Matter of fact, where is my? I just be having to remind myself. Oh, let me just make sure, because I do this every now and again, and I know y'all remind me. It'll be like, yeah, Seiji, you already got me like at it. I can't really remember sometimes. It'd be like that. So let me actually. Because the main thing I tell y'all before is that the moment in time that I happen to see y'all say something, my mind goes back to like factory reset. And if the names don't specifically match what I see on, online, I'm like, okay, well, let me get this because maybe I don't got it. So, yeah. So let me actually just to make sure. Whoops. Yeah, I'm just gonna put this in just on my end. Let me see this. So just in case anybody's gonna try to tell me like, yo, said you already got this. I can't see it at the moment because I'm currently just typing this in on my Switch. So we'll basically figure it out. Yeah. Let just so I know this. Let me just put. So yeah, I keep forgetting it's Tam. I got you. Like I kid you not, we go through this at least once every few live streams where Tam will put, because I'm trying to associate the name directly with what I'm used to on on the channel. So yeah, I'm just gonna try to, as soon as I see Rabbit, I gotta, all right, that's Tam. I got you, no problem. I'm working on that. I gotta just see it. I gotta put the picture directly there. Let me see. Sasha P, and she got more and more beautiful for me, and I realized that she was pregnant. Shaking my head. I think that's what triggered my gay LOL. Just joking, but we were freshmen. Hey, look here. Anything is possible. it could be some things that you just end up finding out about a girl, and it's just like, what happened? It's like, yeah, this is not what I imagined. This is not what it was supposed to be. It could be that whole type of thing. I forgot. Let me put up this banner back up here. I forgot. Supposed to have been put that back up there. Jack said, too much reaction, you being off topic. My guy, I mean, it'd be like that. That's what I tend to do actually on this. I've been doing it like this for years. I'll take you're actually brand new to it, so it'd be like that. It'd be like that. I don't know what to tell you for anybody else. I don't know what to tell you. All right, let me see. Miss Ivory said it's okay, Seji. You got Daddy Brain, aka Now. What did come in this room again, Brain? I'm at the age group too. Yeah, it'd be like that. Hey, it'd be like that. But now, since I actually caught up to all the comments after about probably like an hour, and I just noticed we've been going for about 3 hours. And how many videos I got left? I actually got, let me see. Oh, I actually got a lot of videos left. This is insane. All right, so let's get back to the videos. Let me see. Viral dancer. Wait, was this the? Okay. So let's go to the next one.
White people are having a cultural identity crisis, and I think that it's only going to get worse as we witness further and further the falling of white supremacy and colonization. And I also think they're going to even more spiral as more and more of us, and I don't mean just Black people, I'm talking across the board, the global majority starts taking our back, claiming our, finding even more pride in it, doubling down in the pride of it and celebrating it even more, and also gatekeeping it. It's going to put them in a position where they won't have access, and because they don't have access, they're left with themselves to figure out who are we when we're not taking other people's, when we're not talking about other people and having other people under our foot, blah. I'm 1000% sure that I'll have some white person or white persons in my comment section with some snarky something to say, something hateful maybe, yada yada. And to them, I would say, I don't really care about your opinion, because I think that what we need to do collectively as the global majority across the board is decentering white people, decentering whiteness, because just like in the political landscape that we're witnessing, as Black people are pulling our energy away, they feed off the energy and the attention, and any attention is good attention. And the attention that I think that they don't like is feeling embarrassed. I think that we should start calling it what it is when they take our practices, when they take our cultures, when they take our language, when they just take, we should really start calling it what it is, which is weird, because white people had to give up their own cultures, their own individual cultures, to essentially become white. They have no memory of their own cultures, and therefore it's like they're looking around to figure out where their grounding is. Pulling from here, pulling from there, trying to find some type of grounding. The last 72 hours, I feel like my entire timeline has been about Hailey Bieber's weird ass stalking Selena Gomez, getting the same tattoo, wearing the same clothes, this and that. And I have seen so many white people acknowledge that that's weird. And so because they can see that and acknowledge that that's weird, I think absolutely there's no way they can feign ignorance about how weird it is to rip other cultures, steal from other communities, and then feign ignorance as if you don't know what it is. It's just anyone can do this because everyone's allowed to have braids, blah. When you just basically stalk people and what they're doing and all that's weird behavior, they know. And we've known all along. So start calling it weird. When they come out with their cornrows in the summertime or whenever, it's weird. And they try to trademark your kimchi, call it weird. And they call your indigenous practices and medicines uncivilized, and then embrace it, and then try to package it, whitewash it, and sell it back to you. It's weird. When they try to tell you that you're cooking and the way that it smells and looks is weird, but now all of a sudden there's all types of recipes that have basically been whitewashed of your family recipes, and they're trying to package it as if they invented it. It's weird. When they try to copy your Chicana style, knowing damn well that 50 years ago they called you all types of names under the sun, it's weird. It's not our fault that they gave up their cultures in pursuit of whiteness, their unique, really cool cultures that I'm sure they had at one point in pursuit of whiteness. That's not our fault. But instead of jumping on us and making fun of us for the cultures that we have and our cultural practices and the way that we talk, instead of making fun of us for it, they need to go and do an identity search and find their own. That's all.
So this was technically, thinking back to the conversation probably about like an hour and 50 minutes ago. This would actually fit within that conversation dealing with the cultures and how I was referring to the fact of white people had a certain type of culture, which was great and cool. People look at it uniquely identify this is yours. Now, really not so much, because everybody's trying to move all over the place and say that they're this and say that they're that. Like I said, crazy work out here. But let's go to the next one.
Hear this now. This lovely couple has ordered $137,
which we order all the time, food all
for
the
the
time.
45 minutes they've been here, and they are refusing to pay.
My wife ordered the pork chops and would cook too hard.
We said we didn't get the pork chops that is on there. Call the police up here.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We never said we wanted to repeat. Oh, our money's gone.
I want everybody to hear
My husband is a disabled veteran. He works a job as well. We got plenty of money. We're not refusing to pay.
No, listen.
We said we are refusing to pay for the pork chops we never got.
This is what I want from y'all.
Uh-huh.
I will not be bullied in my own restaurant.
Bullied?
For somebody to come in here.
Crazy work.
You bullying the customer.
Of any kind.
Free food.
So this is what I want from y'all. I want y'all to walk out the door and don't ever come in this restaurant again.
Oh, we won't. We wasn't planning on.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We're just asking what we did not get to be taken off the bill. That's all.
Bill, but the pork chops we didn't receive. That's what I was asking you to take off. Just like anything else that you don't receive, you wouldn't pay for, right?
When they were fried hard. When she brought them out, they were fried hard. She said, "Do you want something else in the place?" He said, "Well, yeah, give her the steak." And she took the pork chops back, and that's all we're asking for.
So you got this white owner that has a restaurant. I made sure to have the address, not the address, but the number directly up there, right? So let me see if I can try to get a nice little look at his face, right? So he tried to basically double down, tried to, in a sense, for all intents and purposes, embarrass the older black couple directly up there, trying to claim that AKA black people are stealing from me. I'm a white owner, and these black people spent $137, ate up all this food, and now they don't want to pay. I've never seen a business owner act in this type of way, where he wants to have a disagreement that's happening in between the owner and the patrons. He wants to stop everything that's going on in the restaurant so people can listen to this. And this dude double and triple down on it. And they're simply saying that they're not disagreeing with paying for the bill. We're just not paying for the pork chops because we did not eat those. We had the steaks. Everything else on the bill is correct except for those pork chops. And this dude is trying to make it seem like they're just trying to walk out on the bill. And then he was like, you know what I want y'all to do is, for one, y'all ain't going to bully me in my own store. Who's trying to bully you? You're the one making this situation bigger than what it needs to be. And then number two, they're simply correcting you, telling you, no, it's about the pork chops. It's not about the whole bill. We're not paying for the pork chops because we didn't eat those. We ate steak. We didn't eat the pork chops. And like I said, dude can't even admit that he was wrong. This is what I be sitting up there talking about. This is what I be talking about. Like, it don't make no type of sense. Like, that is crazy to me. Like, that is diabolical work. You're literally trying to frame black people as thieves. Just that quick. When they're correcting you and telling you what it is. And you can't even be man enough to sit up there and be like, you know what, I was wrong. My apology. He embarrassed now. And now he's like, well, I'm embarrassed. Let me just triple down directly on it. I'm right. I'm the business owner. And this is what I be talking about. People always talking about the customer is always right. The customer is right in this instance. And this dude ain't trying to follow along those lines. Why? Because they're black. That's why he laughed when he sat up there and said, "Huh, this nice couple," because you know what he wanted to say. And who was the main crowd that he had directly in that restaurant that was sitting right behind him? It was white folks. That's crazy. That's crazy. Whatever. But like I said, people want to make it seem like race has nothing to do with nothing. Okay. Keep telling yourself that. And this is why his place is going to stay empty. That's why that place is going to stay empty.
They were already coming for us. They've been coming for us. This is not new to us. What's different is that we were warning y'all that they were not only coming for us, but we're coming for y'all too, and y'all didn't want to listen. We done been through this time and time before, and we been fighting, and we been vocal, and we been protesting, and we been putting our money into businesses where it belongs, businesses that see us, businesses that support us, businesses that fight for the causes, right? We've been speaking with our dollar. We've been speaking with our platforms. We've been speaking about charities and organizations and getting mobilized and forming unions and forming parties. We've been up here trying to educate our own people as well as y'all on exactly what was going on, and y'all thought it wasn't going to touch you. And now it's crazy to us because y'all think by us saying we are not going to physically put ourselves into harm's way, that we are just throwing our hands up saying, well, everybody can go to hell. What we're telling you is that we are not going to do the heavy lifting anymore. It's y'all's turn to do that. We've been doing that. It's y'all's turn. We have given y'all and supplied y'all with enough resources and with enough examples as to how to get the job done that you should be able to put up your big girl panties and get out there and get shit done. Get it together. Because we are in our resting era. We are in our soft girl eras. We are in our rejuvenation eras. We are in our self-care eras. We are in our the cape is retired eras. We are no longer Captain Saberho. That's y'all's title now. Y'all going out there and fight for America. If we're America and you love America so much, go fight for it. Go fight for us. Put y'all's bodies on the line. Lead the way. We will be supporting you right where we're at. And we will continue to be doing exactly what we've been doing. Y'all are late to this. Y'all are so hurt and offended that we're telling you no. It's giving narcissists. How dare y'all demand labor from us? Pull up your boots by the bootstraps and get to work. You're going to have to get your hands dirty. I know that's new for y'all, but y'all can do it. We believe in you. Meanwhile, we will continue to do what we always have done. There are many ways to protest. There are many ways to start a revolution. But I don't understand why y'all think that the only way is for black bodies to be put on the line first. Not no more, honey.
Crazy work. So y'all heard that. So we got the ignorant comment of the day talking about y'all is not a word. Speak proper English. That sounds about white. That sounds right about white. Not too surprised, not too shocked. And this is why a lot of you guys are in the mess around and find out stage, because y'all don't want to pay attention. Y'all want to always be right about something, no matter how minute or small it is. Her correcting, instead of saying y'all, saying you all or you people, however you want to sit up there and paraphrase and whatnot, or whatever, you'll still find a problem with it, no matter how she states it. And if it's not that, you're going to be like, why is she specifically focused on white people? Why does it have to be about, like I said, y'all just be moving the goalposts. Y'all don't really actually care directly about nothing. And this is why y'all going to sit up there and find out. This is why you're going to sit up there and find out. The beautiful part, you're talking about collect food stamps. The funny thing is, you're the main ones directly out here trying to dismantle whatever is out here, so that you can get whatever little bit of power that you're struggling to hold on at this moment in time, that you can basically keep for a longer duration. That is slipping, buddy. That is literally slipping. A lot of the main people that I see crying about food stamps ain't nobody black. It's white folks. That's the craziest work. Like, y'all got the same stereotypes that y'all been, y'all use government assistance, food stamps, Section 8, watermelon, chicken. Y'all don't got nothing new. Y'all been using the same retired statements for the longest time possible. Y'all still haven't came up with nothing new. Out of 400 years that we've been, going back and forth, y'all ain't really come up with nothing new. That's how I know that y'all really ain't funny. You might have the rare amongst you that might be funny, that are actually some comedians. Y'all don't got nothing. Y'all literally repeat the exact same thing time and time. It's the same tired book. Like, out of all the quote unquote writers that y'all got, obviously y'all got some ghostwriters. Like I said before, the main culture that y'all got is stealing. Because I'm like, here we go with the food stamps. I'm like, this whole economy is basically going in the toilet, and you're talking about some food stamps. The national debt has nothing to do with food stamps. Let's get that straight. Let's look at that national. I forgot from the last live stream where we at. I think what was it, 34, 36 trillion dollars? White people, that's you. That's you. That's you. Better start fixing that real quick. Yeah. Who's in office right now? Who's the main representative of the government? Of the Pentagon? FBI? The CIA? Military? It's y'all. Like I said. You said, who hurt you? Get your money up. You're down there in the comment section while I'm up here making money. There's a difference. See how I'm able to talk and I can sit up there and make some dollars off of talking, and you in the comment section and you're not making money from that comment? I could literally take your comment, put that in a video, and make money directly from it. Like you said before, right? Get my money up, right? That's what I can do. That's what I have the ability to do. Like I said, there's a difference. Just letting you know. Like I said, I could decide to just sit up there and start playing video games right now and make money directly off of that. Not saying nothing. Just sitting up there playing a video game, having people watch. There's a difference. Like, it killed me when people be talking about get your money up. It's crazy. Diabolical work. People don't be paying attention. Yeah. So magically you're bored talking about the stock market. So go deal with some cryptocurrency. There's other avenues of making money. Go deal with some real estate. Go deal with some cryptocurrency. Everything is pretty much in red or it's down. This as Trump sat up there and told y'all, this is a perfect time to sit up there and buy. So again, you're here why again? Right? You're supposed to be dealing with money. You're supposed to be about money. You can't make no money over here. Now I can, but you can't. So I don't know. Anyways, let's go to the next video. See what this white woman got to say.
Friends, so warning, I'm angry and probably about to cuss a lot for those of you who don't like me cussing, so just you're warned. And for black people, what I'm about to say may be triggering to you, so that is your warning. And not being rude, just that's your warning, because I'm about to let off on some white people. So already my post I did last night about white people, this being our problem, what's going on right now, and how we need to be the one to solve it, already getting white people up in there saying that I'm the one who's racist, that I sound racist, that had their own ills, that they've been beaten up by black people, that they've been beaten up by other white people, basically insinuating that you have suffered the same as black people in this country. You are the problem. If you are white and you don't understand the level of privilege you have, and privilege is not economic opportunity, y'all. Let's talk about that for 1 second. It's not economic opportunity. Y'all equate privilege with economic opportunity. That is not what it is. Privilege means that we do not face the same discrimination that black people do because of our skin color. And that is absolutely 1,000% true. And the best example of that is January 6th. Do you think that if January 6th had been all black people, that outcome would have been the same? It absolutely would not have. We all know, if you're being any kind of remotely honest, January 6th had been black people, it would have been bloodshed. They would have never made it up the front steps, much less inside the building. They did nothing to protect, I mean, they did those people. Even when they prosecuted them, they really didn't do anything. And now they've all been let off. Why? Because they're white. Do you think that they would have been pardoned if they were black? No, they would not. So don't be coming up on Beyonce's internet and telling me I'm racist and I don't know what I'm fucking talking about. Because I don't remember seeing in history any white people swinging from trees. Yeah, don't remember it. So, yeah. Again, If you don't understand what white privilege is and that you have it, and you don't understand the difference between what black people have suffered in this country and what white people have supposedly suffered, then yeah, I don't know what to tell you except for you need to do some deep introspection, because you are deeply, deeply, deeply of a history lesson, some cognizant thought, don't know, whatever. But yeah, I down with y'all. Don't do it. Just don't. And if you come up on my post and start this shit, I'm gonna block you, because I have 0.0 tolerance for it, and this is the only post I'm going to do that's going to educate you at all. Period. Full stop. I got too many other important things to do that educate a bunch of dumbass white people that do not even want to listen or understand what is going on. Got it? Great. Goodbye. Also, P.S. I want to back up to the beginning of that video where I said I was being called racist. White on white racism is not a thing. I know y'all want to make it a thing, some of you, because you want to be able to be a victim, but it is not a thing.
Facts.
So white is not even a race. It is a social construct. I can't even explain that to you if you don't understand, but don't accuse me of being racist towards you, because that sounds dumb at best.
And that's the craziest part, right? Because you got a lot of white folks out here that always try to tell black people, like, you blacks, you're crying, you always want to be victims. But you're literally trying to tell this white woman that she's being racist against you. That's the stupidest sounding thing I ever heard. It's like the terminology white on white crime. That sounds stupid. It's just called crime, guys. It sounds complete. Oh, look at this white on white crime. Who says that? White people don't even say that. Right. That's why it's not even titled, it's not even branded, because again, they wouldn't brand themselves as that, right? Put themselves in the bad light like that. And then on top of that, they know they can't make any substantial money directly off of it. Right. But we all know that white on white sounds stupid. We would just call it crime. But when it deals with black people, white people are like, the black on black crime. Magically it fits. magically it fits. White people are like, I know that right there, that makes sense. When it does the white people, nah, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Like I said, shout out to the ones that actually, understand and is trying to speak common sense to a lot of their illogical families directly out there. Again, she's one of the few. Trust me, she is one of the few. Like how a lot of white people like to sit up there and say, like, oh, not everybody was a slave owner. You're right. You had some women like her, representation, the one of the few out of the millions, that were like, yo, this is wrong. Let me correct white people. You know what I learned in history? Whenever you have women or people like her amongst the white community that would stand up against them, white people would, either ostracize, they would exile, or they would get rid of those people one way or another. And that's factually speaking. White people never want to talk about that, though. They never want to talk about how they get rid of their own who are trying to stand up for other people and what it is that they specifically do to those people. Like I said, you could look at the Freedom Riders. White people don't want to talk about that, though. They don't want to talk about how they were firebombing the Freedom Riders in those buses, setting everything on fire, even people of their own race, attacking them because they dared to be for civil rights. They dared to be for integration. They dared to fight for equality for other people. Like I said, it's a lot of things that white people never want to bring up. The ugly parts of history. These are the things that they tend to want to omit from history, which is crazy. Like I said before, a white woman being racist against her own, that doesn't even make sense. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of in my life. And that's just because she's trying to correct her own. Wow. Crazy work. Diabolical. But let's continue.
Anna, seriously. So I saw another creator try to do a response video to you, and she was speechless. She couldn't do it. So I feel like I was summoned. There's a lot to unpack here, and I'm gonna try and help you out. See, Hannah, as a young white woman, you think you're the standard. You think that you are the top of the food chain. You think that you are what it should look like, and you are not. You exist in a system that was designed to benefit you only because you are white. But it was not designed for a white woman.
Bars.
It was designed for rich white men.
Facts.
So Let me help you. Let's take it back 50, 60, 70 years. There were a bunch of rich white men, Biff, Robert, Richard, John, and those rich white men decided that they wanted to stay in power. They decided that they wanted to control everything that happened in the United States. So they designed a system that would benefit only them. They designed a banking system that would only lend money to rich white men. They designed an educational system that would only allow higher education for rich white men. They designed a job system that would only give white-collar jobs to rich white men. Not white women, not poor people, not black and brown people. The system was not designed for those people. The system was designed to keep those people in their place. So the system said, we're only going to lend money to rich white men, and we're only going to provide economic development in those rich white neighborhoods where we've decided that those rich white families can live. So those rich white neighborhoods, they're going to get the best schools. They're going to get the best resources. They're going to get the best department stores. They're going to get the best economic development. The poor areas, the black and brown areas, they didn't get any educational investment. Their schools didn't get funding. They didn't get economic development. They didn't get department stores. Their roads didn't get paved because the rich white men wanted to keep the classes in their place. They wanted to keep them working blue-collar jobs. They wanted them to struggle to get educated. And see, Hannah, as a young white woman, you got to exist in this system that was designed to benefit your whiteness. But there were some baddies that decided no, and they fought for the right for you to have a bank account. They fought for the right for you to have financial independence, for you to vote, for you to be able to go to college, for you to be able to have access and be considered for those white-collar jobs. Yep. Poor people, black and brown people, had to fight for those rights that were automatically given within a system designed to keep rich men rich. And then you benefit because of your proximity to that. Because you were a kid that was raised in those neighborhoods and in those systems that were designed to progress you. So fast forward to where we are today, Robert and Richard and Paul and John and Biff are awfully uncomfortable because they are losing their grip.
We got a victim up here, guys. We got
power.
Jody.
They're losing their grip on that control. And so they're desperately trying to put everybody back in their place. They're trying to put poor people, black people, brown people, women back in their place. They want to take us back to the day where they could come home to their white picket fence, their wife would hand them their cocktail and serve them their dinner. That's what they want. And that's what you don't understand, is you think you're the standard, when actually you're not. The system wasn't designed for you either. And you will sit there and you will think that you're the standard while these lawmakers, while these rich white men strip away your rights and strip away the rights of the poor black and brown people around you so that they can try to get back that control. And you will support them because you think the system's designed for you because of your proximity to that power, but it's not designed for you. So that's why people are speechless. That's why you're the problem. So Hannah, as a young white woman, I hope that this was helpful because you're gonna need it.
So we got our first victim here. We got Baby Boy, aka Jody, said that as a white man, I've lost jobs to every one of those groups, not because they were more qualified. That sounds like a skill issue. I'm just gonna be that sounds like a skill issue right there. It sounds like you're trying to be a victim. That doesn't make any sense. You as a white man complaining that you lost jobs to other people, huh? But what have you gained? Look at all the countries that you have, right? Look at all the monies. Look at all the artifacts. Look at your great history that you have, and you're sitting up here crying because of a few jobs. Are you serious? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we doing? As a man, are you not supposed to just shut up and get better, get more skilled, and to go out there and tough it out? I'm a little bit confused. That is crazy. So you lost jobs to white women. You lost jobs to blacks and Latins. Sounds like a skill issue there. It sounds like you got comfortable at doing whatever job that you were able to do at whatever speed that you were able to do it, at whatever capabilities that you had, and you felt like you couldn't be replaced. And it seems that those jobs are like, well, you're not really doing the work that we need you to do at a quicker pace or at the pace that we need you to do. So we're going to let you go, and we're going to put somebody else here that could better suit this position. That sounds like what happened. It sounds like the better person won. Because I just had somebody earlier trying to say that black people are always trying to be victims. And I'm literally listening to a white man sit up there and tell me that I'm a victim because, you know, all these other people took a job for me. Ain't nobody take nothing. Your job, the owners who are more than likely white, who writes the checks, owns the names, they're the ones that got rid of you. Your own people, 9 times out of 10, are the ones that sat up there and got rid of you and got somebody else that was more than likely faster, more qualified, more educated, or whatnot, or whatever. Or they just got rid of whatever position that was directly at that spot and probably replaced your robotics and automation. Like I said, a lot of people don't want to be honest about a lot of situations. A lot of people don't know how to actually handle an L when they get delivered one. Like, that's crazy. So when a white man basically complains about losing a job to other people, it's just like, oh, this is the economy. It's, this, that, and the third. If black people complain, it's like, oh, that's racist. Stop being victims. That's some crazy work. That is some crazy work. Crazy work. Diabolical. Coffee said you want him to give reparations. I don't even know what he's talking about. Oh, wait, are you talking about in reply to me, like him making a response, like of him complaining about losing the job? I don't know what he's looking for. he better get in the same line that everybody else gets on. He better get on that workman comp, and he better get on that snap real quick while he's able to figure out another plan. That's what normal people sit up there and do. But, it'd be like that. Golden said, Jody, we're going to have to let you go. That's pretty much how that conversation went. They just had to sit up there and let you go. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that is how that went. I'm pretty sure. Wait, is that the TikTok video from earlier? Yeah, it is. I can get rid of that one. And we went over that one as well too. So we got 2 more videos left. So let's go.
Elonia Muskrat's Doge is recommending that the lease on the Obama Library site be ended, and also that the Freedom Rise Museum be sold by the federal government. These headlines, and more like them, are coming down the pike. They are a ploy meant to incite us, the African-American Black community, to go out into the street and protest. Because if they can incite us to go out into the streets and protest, then we're seen as a threat, and law enforcement and wannabe Kyle Rittenhouses and people like the pardoned January 6th insurrectionists will have an excuse to unleash violence on us and give the current regime in control of Washington, D.C. an excuse to declare martial law. We're headed into the spring and summer months, and as temperatures rise, tempers get short. And so you're going to see an increase in this type of media. Don't fall for it. As a community, we need to continue to play chess, not checkers. There are 4 things that I recommend that we do from this point forward. Number 1, keep up the economic pressure and divert our economic resources to businesses that serve the Black community by providing quality products and services. Now, if you can participate in wholesale boycotts of retailers like Target and Amazon and Walmart, please go for it. But not everyone is able to do that or can do that. But we can choose which businesses to patronize. We can decide to support and boost these businesses on social media, and make sure that we are also supporting organizations that support our local community and the overall community. Number 2, stop watching mainstream news media. It has been compromised, and I'm talking about both broadcast and cable so-called news networks. Instead, support Black-owned and Black-led media and independent news media. Sites like Roland Martin's Black Star Network, whatever Joy Ann Reid is going to be doing next, podcasts like Native Land Pod, and sites like the Midas Touch, and then also historical independent news organizations like Mother Jones and The Nation. Look at news organizations from other countries like the BBC and Sky News. Because we cannot trust ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, CNN. We can't trust any of that. And they are in allegiance and cahoots with the current regime. Number 3, we need to make sure to get our rest, to allow ourselves to experience Black joy and to relax. We live in a late stage capitalist society, and a part of that is that hustle mindset. You got to hustle, 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 and you got to stay productive every second of every minute of every hour of every day until you croak. But the thing about it is that you can hustle yourself until you are in the ground. And then you won't do yourself, your family, or the community any good. But when you take time to rest and experience Black joy, then you replenish yourself, you replenish your soul, and you're able to pour back into your family and your local community and the community as a whole. So that is of utmost importance. And then number 4, start getting involved in local elections in your area right now. Don't wait until you see political ads for midterms in 2026. Talk to people who you know sat out this past election. That's what helped former Vice President Kamala Harris lose. The rhetoric about Republicans and Democrats are different sides of the same coin. There's really no difference. Why should I vote? Because our ancestors fought and died for you to be able to vote, and it is important. More important than national elections are the local elections where you live. If it were not important, then Republicans wouldn't have spent so much time and effort and money on gerrymandering efforts and passing draconian laws that are meant to discourage the Black vote. So start educating yourself first, and then start talking about issues affecting your local community and the people who are running in elections that you believe will benefit and represent your community right now, in barbershops, beauty shops, in churches, in civic and social organizations, with your friends and family. Now is the time. And then also, again, overall, continue to rest and sit back and observe what is going on. Y'all be careful out here.
All right, so we heard what he had to say, right? Now I agree with what he said before when it deals with the Black media, because you got all types of white media directly out here, and it doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican. One way or another, they've both been on the exact same angle of demonizing Black people within the Black community, right? So I agree with him on that. When it deals with the presidential election, like I said, I'm 100% honest. I don't have a dog in this race. I've been said that for the longest time possible. Democrats and Republicans are part of the exact same coin. It's literally rich people vying to be more rich and to throw everybody else into poverty. That's it. I'm not trying to have an argument, discussion, whatnot, whatever. If you believe otherwise, then that is directly on you. Go out there and argue with your deity, whatever God that you believe in. And the other thing that I did say before, when it deals with local elections, I do agree with that, because the things locally, those things do impact you a lot more than the presidential election. Because being from Detroit, I've gotten a chance to both meet a mayor, two mayors actually. I've been able to meet the police chief and other people that we have elected to represent the city. So I can sit up there and say that, yo, the people that you happen to vote for and see, you got a great chance of actually going up, having a conversation, shake a hand, and and different things like that. So the local out for me, I would say for Black people would be more important than the presidential election. Just to be honest, again, that's my point of view from how I was able to witness and see these things happen and transpire. Wait, what was that? You said what the person was? Uh, no, actually, no. If I'm, this is the thing, Mark James, I don't care who you are. I don't care what you are either. If I basically say that there are Black Americans, there are Black Americans. You're not about to pull up to the scene and try to correct me on there are no Black people. I don't really care. It's not about what you think. I'm telling you what it is. That's it. Other people, you got other Black people saying the same thing. Some people may say, FBA, adios, what indigenous, whatever they want to classify themselves as or call themselves, it is just that. It is just that. Like I said, that's some crazy work. People think they can just pull up to the scene and just be like, nah, I'm going to tell you what it is. You said, what is the difference between you and a person from another race? I'll give it. The difference between Black and white people are lived and shared experiences. There is not a white person out here that has had the exact same lived and shared experience as I have growing up as a young Black boy, a young Black man in the United States. There's not. There's not. Like I said, I've gone to school. I've gone in multicultural schools. So I've been with Latins, Asians, Africans, and so on. And I've talked about lived and shared experiences, and their experiences are different from mine. So, like I said, that case in point is a clear-cut example. You're an idiot. You clearly asked the question. You don't like the response to the question because you figure that it's inadequate, right? Because you already got a preconceived notion of what an actual response should be. So again, that's a you problem. That has nothing to do with me. That is directly on you. Like you're trying to fly around with this whole thing of like, people are just humans, all this other. I ain't trying to hear none of that. Like I said, Black people been trying to say that and carry that along for the longest time possible, no matter what is going on with Black people historically, and we've been shut down on that continuously by people trying to still tell Black people to this day that they are not human. Matter of fact, I've even had some people directly in the comment section, quote unquote, trolling, saying a lot of stereotypical, racist type of things. So you can miss them with that. Like I said, it's funny how when Black people start talking about certain things, this is when people want to come up and try to correct Black people. But when racist or racist trolls show up in the comment section, people like what is this, Mark James, nowhere to be seen. Like I said, it's crazy work how that happens. It's almost like the same thing where you don't see Batman and Bruce Wayne in the same room. You never see them standing side by side. It's crazy. Leave race out of it. America was built on race. Are you stupid? Or are you stupid? What did the Europeans do to the indigenous Aboriginal folks of the United States? They dwindled down their numbers by way of taking them out, stealing their land, and also using biochemical warfare such as smallpox. One race did that because it wasn't the Native Americans. One group did that, and it wasn't Native Americans. And y'all the same ones that wanted to call the indigenous folks. You want to sit up and say that they're savages. That's crazy. That's some crazy work. You said, "What's my current view?" Like this is the one thing I love. Hold on. Oh wait, no, that was Frank. Okay, that was V. Okay, I got you. No, wait. Okay, these are two different people. I said I'm Black American. That's it. I'm telling you exactly what it is. Now, if you want to disagree with that, it is what it is. That's on you. That's a skill issue. Somebody, Frank said, what is my view on the current state of slavery in Africa? I'm not in Africa. I can decide to state that it's wrong. It shouldn't be happening. But again, that's for those African nations to correct. I can highlight it. I can showcase that as a problem, but it's up to them to actually correct it within their own nations. I don't got no bearings directly on that. I can make a comment. I can say something about it, but I'm not in Africa. What did somebody say something about Arab? You said, or the Middle East, and what about the slavery? I'm not Middle Eastern. The whatever you're trying to consider the Middle East, that's all in Africa. Like that's the one thing that's crazy to me. People talking about like the middle. You're talking about Africa. You're basically Jesus Christ. Anyways, let me see. Tippy said they always want to tell us to forget our ancestors' past like it was nothing. Sonny said white people only stopped massacring Americans after black people fought for their rights to be civil. Yeah. Troy said, isn't it offensive on its face and ends up proving the speaker's point when white people deny firsthand recounts of black people's experiences? I mean, yeah. But they don't care about that. That's the whole main point. No matter what history has basically transpired with black Americans here, they're like, we don't care about that. We're not trying to hear about that. We've moved so far past that. Nobody's even around during that time. Let's focus on the here and now. But it's like, even with the here and now, black people are trying to sit up there and still tell white people that we are humans and everything of the sort. And they're like, no, you're not. It's like, you're savages, you're criminals, you're this, you're listening, you're calling us everything else but God's children. But you're on here trying to tell me, oh, you need to, leave race out of it. Huh? What? If race is not important, then Jesus shouldn't be white. Let's go there. How about that one? Let's do that one. If you want to, leave race directly out of it, if it's unimportant, then you should actually show what Jesus actually looks like in all of your Catholic and all of your Christian and Baptist churches. But you're not going to do that because you wouldn't dare sit up there and have somebody that is not reflective in nature of you that is being worshipped. So that we're clear. Somebody said Native Americans seem pretty chill. Sham said Neanderthal blood. That's the difference that you have. Yo, Senshi, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Hack was like, welcome to the Shadow Realm. Darn it, Hack. That man came in there and pressed option 3 real quick. He's like, yeah, we ain't doing this. Craig X, what is up? What is up? What is up? Troy said, I can't even read you the number right now, but a lot of black people can tell the exact same story. One loud white guy doesn't agree, and suddenly it's all suspect. V said, whites made it by race, so you got to use race in our position, our future lineage for success of the same white position themselves to succeed off of the free labor called slavery. That's true. Yo, on me, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said the real ones aren't chill. Carl said, I find it funny that white folks like to bring up slavery in Africa, but keep going to that continent and not doing anything about it. Let me just, I got you. Hold on. Let me just take down the image real quick. Let me just go to this image here just so people can read the words that you stated. I've said this for the longest time possible. Whenever white people want to sit up there and try to really show that they are holier than thou, or that they really quote unquote care about lives out here, the main go-to was like, oh, but what about the slavery in Africa? You guys still got slavery. I'm not over in Africa. I'm not African. Does it look like I just got directly off of the boat? I've been here. So it's like, what are we talking about here? That's like me bringing up some things going on, like all the wars and stuff going over there in Europe. What do y'all got to say about that? Nothing, because you don't care, because it has nothing to do with America. Oh, wait, I forgot. Actually, it does, because the United States has been giving hundreds of billions of dollars over to certain people. Color me surprised. But y'all want to worry about Africa and quote unquote slavery, which again, you don't care about a group of people, you don't care about a continent, you don't care about. So all three things we know you don't care about, but in order to substantiate a point, you want to sit up there. Oh, but what about the Africans, going over in slavery? Oh, what about the Arabs doing slavery? Come on, it's crazy. At least when I sit up there and talk about white people losing lives to drugs, at least I'm actually being honest. At least I'm the little bit of shred of decency of caring directly for you, because obviously you don't care for yourselves. I'm at least trying to put that out there and report directly on it so that you can be more intelligent about the situation, so that you can be more aware of the situation, so that you can potentially steer your kids clear of, that whole thing going on. But, do y'all actually care and want to listen to that? Nope. Because you like to always tell black people what? Mind your business. Focus on the black community. Focus on the crimes. You guys are, 100% of the murder rates, but you're 13% of the population. Right? You always want to do that. Right? But when I look at this, the debt in the United States, you guys are pretty much all of that debt. That's you. Black people don't have nothing to do with $1 trillion. We don't know how to lose money like that. Like I said, shout out to the government and Donald Rumsfeld during the whole stint of 9/11 with George Bush Jr., where the government was like, hey, we lost sight of like $2 trillion. We don't know where it went. White people, how did y'all do that? How did y'all lose $2 trillion? Explain that to me, because and there's no other way for me to sit up there and put it. That was the Republican Party, correct? That was what y'all white people voted for, right? George Bush Jr., Donald Rumsfeld, all of that stuff, the government, Pentagon. How did y'all lose track of $2 trillion? Explain that to me. Because you want to be so worried about Africa and all this other. Explain to me, how do you lose $2 trillion? Explain that to me. Like, that's crazy. That's some crazy work. Somebody, you came back again. You talking about the fact that your people have taken out more whites in the last decade than whites have in the opposite. Let me even a playing field for you, because you want to sit up there and be stupid. Let me catch you real quick, right? Because I brought up the stats on this. White people take out more white people than anybody else. Black people take out black people more than anybody else. See how that's a balanced stat? But yet nobody wants to talk about that, because it doesn't really go into the whole thing dealing with race like you're trying to sit up there and do. See how I can sit up there and do that? And I can show you that there's a problem in both communities that actually needs to be fixed. And I'm not trying to do this versus this type of, like I said, these are the stupid games that y'all still caught up on that y'all really want to sit up there and play. But like I said, I can play those games. There's no problem. But it further proves the point that y'all not really trying to move past race. It also further proves the point that it's not, as y'all like to say, black people that only want to magically be a victim because you're trying to portray yourself as a victim here. It's like, oh, but look at what us whites have to go through with you blacks. This is what you guys are. That's a victim mentality. That's a victim mentality that you're giving me right now. That's some crazy work. Crazy work. Diabolical. He was like, can we separate already? Well, we did that before. And here we are. Face to face together with silver spoons. Look where we are. We're two of a kind. This is where we are. But better yet, the great thing is you could actually separate if you want to, because there's a lot of great gated white communities of which blacks aren't even. Matter of fact, you can actually go to South Africa where they got white only towns. So if you want to go to a white only beach, white only hotel, restaurant, and they got those in South Africa, you can actually go there. So I'm not sure why you don't want to happen to go there, because guess what? You don't have to worry about seeing black faces there, right? In America, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit homogenous, right? You got everybody, there. It's, you throw a dime, you might see, any variety of colors. That dime is just going to strike something, right? But like I said, the moment in time that people say that they want this and want that, people tend to be lying, because it's crazy, right? Even during segregation, Jim Crow, all of this stuff, for whatever reason, white men and women were still seeking out black men and black women. Why is that? Like, that's a little bit weird to me, right? Because you want to sit up and say, can we just separate? Why is it possible that black people can't actually follow the rules and be separate, but you guys decide to break the rules? You want to go into black communities. You want to go into black stores. You want to go into black jazz clubs. You want to be sleeping with black women or black men. Like, this is crazy to me, right? But you want to be separate. You can't even sit still long enough to deal with yourselves, but you're talking about you want to be separate. Huh? Since when? Where? Like, y'all just be saying anything on the internet. Y'all just be really trying to posture out here. Like, y'all really about being separate. Crazy. Let me fix it for you real quick. I don't have to want or wish for a slave class. We already have one. Welcome to America. Everybody here in America is a slave. I'm not sure if you understand it. If you don't, look up what a ACH account is. Look up your social security. Look up your birth certificate. You got your work ID already. It was given to you as soon as you were born. You got your identification number as soon as you're born. You are a slave. You are a worker. You are a part of the poor class. So I'm not exactly sure where you got lost directly on the trail, but I am here to help correct you, to make sure you understand, because obviously y'all want to just walk around stupid. Because y'all, again, like I said before, y'all still caught up on this whole thing of like, blacks aren't the only slaves. You guys aren't the only victims. We go through this too. Like I said, y'all sit up there be playing this mixed bag of games. And you literally have the government sitting up there laughing directly at you. Your white government laughing at you. Your white representatives laughing at you. The elites and the rich laughing at you. Because you're doing this for free. You ain't even getting paid to do this. You're literally doing this for free because they got you that much mentally ensnared and trapped where you just automatically do this. It's like a pre-recorded tape. You're just off. As soon as you see, black content creators, they're talking about bliggity black. Let me throw this directly in there. That's crazy. Bro, this is the thing. I don't care about the stats. I don't care. Because like I said before, you can take black people out of the equation. Guess what? Everybody in America is done. You got GMOs, you got lead, you got asbestos, you got fluoride, which is listed as a neurotoxin. You got all of these different red, yellow, green, blue dyes. You got all of these things out, and that's just the basic stuff. You got all of these things taking you out. And then we just have the pandemic. Then we just had a pandemic. And who are the main ones leading the charge for everything dealing with the medicals? That was white people. That had nothing to do with black people. That was your nurses. That was your doctors. That was your hospital. That was your government. That was who? Like I said, y'all still want to bring up the same tired things because y'all don't got nothing else. Because when you're forced to actually look at and move towards anything else, you're looking at yourselves and you don't want to do that. So now we're here. That brings you to me because you can't sit up there and face your failures. Good job. Crazy work. Diabolical in nature. Like I said, y'all some class clowns. Perfect. And then now you want to sit up there and move it to a whole nother group. No, stay focused on you. Stay focused on you. Because y'all, like I said before in every other live stream, y'all always want to walk around here and say that y'all He-Man champion in the universe. Nobody is greater, nobody is smarter, nobody is better. But as soon as everything starts getting real tight and you can't sprinkle black people in there, you're like, oh, it's them over there. They're the real ones sitting up there running the game. But aren't you working side by side with them? Aren't you facilitating the means for them to sit up there and do it? Aren't you enabling them? Case in point, the United States, the government. Like I said, this is crazy. You don't want to be responsible for nothing. And that's how they got you. All they got to do is just sprinkle some black directly on there. You guys lose your minds. You're off to the races. This is why your birth rate is so low at this moment in time. This is why your birth rate is low at this moment in time. This is why the large amount of your population suffer from ED. This is the exact reason why. Because y'all ain't listening. Y'all ain't paying attention. This is why a greater amount of y'all are sitting up there going out by way of prostate cancer, because y'all don't want to sit up there and listen. Because y'all think that y'all know better than what you know. Some crazy work. Like I said, you got it. You got, like I said, white people, y'all got it. Yeah, I got it. Crazy work out here. He was like, interracial crime is out of control. Crime in general is out of control. Because the funny part is the problem dealing with you is that you just want to focus on that, but you don't want to. Who is stealing? Who? Last time I checked, who bail out, right? Because I know that you're old enough by the way that you talked. Last time I checked, the government bailed out the car companies and the banks, right? But they didn't bail out the American people. And there was a lot of white folks losing their homes. Crazy work during that time. A lot of white folks losing their homes. During the pandemic, there was a lot of white folks losing residency. You know what was happening during the pandemic? A lot of residents were raising up their rent. Crazy work. Crazy how that was happening. And even during the pandemic, y'all were sitting up there getting fired. Y'all were hit the worst when it dealt with that. Y'all were losing jobs left and right. I'm talking about like 15,000 getting fired. Like it was wild. And y'all were those numbers. It wasn't black people, it was y'all. So your corporations, of which the heads of those corporations, white, were sitting up there firing other white people. And you're literally watching your government steal money directly from you. But you want to talk about, this interracial crime is diabolical, but all of these white people in government stealing money from the American people. Look at that. But they're silent on that though, right? Pentagon losing money, hundreds of billions, nothing. Government just losing money and spending it in general and ain't putting nothing directly into America. Silence. But you know what you got time for? Oh, this interracial crime is wild. Like I said, y'all ain't serious about nothing. Y'all ain't serious about nothing. That's like I said, crazy work. Y'all ain't serious at all. Y'all not serious about nothing at all. Y'all the main ones that always want to roll up here and tell us, oh, we love America more than you. Since when? Y'all the main ones destroying it. But then when we point the finger and say that y'all destroyed it because y'all built it, now y'all want to point to somebody else. No. It's these other people in this other continent. They're the ones that's sitting up there doing it. Huh? But so who built the United States? I thought it was you. I thought you founded this. I thought you built this. So shouldn't you take responsibility for it? You're like, no. Actually, it's these people over here. They're the ones that has way more ingenuity and they're way smarter. What? Since when? When was any other group on this planet smarter than Europeans? Since when? When did that happen? Huh? I'm looking at the decline of white people wanting to be considered kings because they don't want to hold or bear the actual responsibility on their shoulders because things are getting a little bit too tight. People can actually look at history and see certain things and connect the dots. And they're like, oh, it's been you. It was you this whole time sitting up there doing this. Oh, look at that. Interesting. Diabolical work. Crazy. Let me see. Coffee said, you're the one getting heated, man. This is the way I normally talk. So yeah. I just normally talk like that. I mean, that's not, I don't know why people actually say that that's heated. That's not actually heated. There's only a few people here that have actually seen me mad. Me being mad is a completely different thing. This right now is just pretty much normal talking. This is, for me, this is my normal, right? But like I said before, this is what happens when people don't actually know, so they assume. See how that works? Crazy work. Diabolical. Diabolical. Yeah, you got Bill Gates buying up farmland and he's trying to cool down the earth. He's trying to, cool down the earth for the white folks out there because the earth is heating up. I think I already read like an article where the Earth's core was actually going into reverse motion. I also remember some other articles that I brought up where it talked about the pole shift. Like I said, things are looking pretty strange directly out here. But do you think that, any of the trolls directly in the comment section are really caring about that? Nah, they're like, nah, that's conspiracy theory. It's not real. That's mumbo jumbo. Oh, that's crazy work. That's crazy work. Reba, what is up? You said if they can't blame us, they have nothing because they have nothing. That's facts. Can you put that up there? That is facts. What else we got? Yo, Namor, what is up? What's up? We got Davis in there. What is going on? You said, Brother Seji. Then we wonder why the European population is going so low. Yeah, that's because their population is low. They're allowing this to happen. Their own government, the people that they voted into office, are the ones depopulating them. We literally used to have the Georgia Stone before it was randomly destroyed. Like I said, white people magically forgot about the Georgia Stone, where it was written that the population is supposed to be like at 500 million, no more, no less. But yeah, I'm the one that's crazy. I don't know what's going on. Like, you got to be kidding me out here. This is like I said before, white people literally got this stuff out there, but they make it seem like black people are the crazy ones. Brother, man, crazy work out here. Rabbit was like, said you not ED. Yeah, it'd be like that. It be like that. Sonny was like, I miss when we only had swords. Yo, because the funniest thing is, back in the days when people actually had to fight, like you had to use like swords, you had to at least have like some type of skill. You had to be brave enough to pick up that sword and die by that sword. Now there was no type of thing like that. Everybody can just like magically pick up a weapon and it's like, bow, deliver the Alec Baldwin. Magically, everybody's a man. That's crazy. It's no skill in that. It's no skill in that, especially when you can just sit up there and distract somebody real quick and bow. Like that's nothing. When you got a sword, that's a whole different thing. Like they used to actually have trainings, classes, everything. It was an art form to that. There's really no art form to using a gun. There really isn't. Really, it's not. Point, aim, shoot. Make your target, make your mark. Use the least amount of bullets as possible. Count your bullets. Like it's not really a lot directly to it. It's not. Sword play is way more intricate. That's why technically I actually like a lot more of those games, because you got to parry. You can't parry no bullet. It's like once somebody hits you with that, that's it. Unless you're the Flash, then that's a little bit different story. But yeah, you ain't parrying a bullet. You can parry your sword though, which means you can redistribute and move the weight of a person, catch them off balance. Like I said, it's so many things directly in there. Everything now is pretty much easy mode. Coffee says should have never gone off of gold and silver. Now we're just printing money. I mean, people been saying that, but you got people out there that allow this to happen. So like I said, there's nothing I can do about that. It'd be like that. The American people are going to sit up there and figure that out. The main majority are going to be the ones to figure that out. Namor said, I laugh at their lies. The entire world sees the Saxons for the lion creatures that they've always been. The credibility has no weight. You said the whole system is based off of debt. I mean, of course. Before that, the system was based off of slavery. I mean, the system still technically is, but there somehow, some way, slavery is debt, just like the debt system is debt. Somehow, some way, somebody is going to have to pay somebody else. Again, like I said before, when it deals with a society made by white people, you're only going to have certain people that are enabled to profit, that are going to be able to actually, live wealthy, scot-free, and all of these things. A lot of other people are going to be slaves. So for the white folks out there, welcome to slavery. You and your kids. Welcome to slavery. And black people tried to sit up there and warn y'all. We tried to send out the signal flares and everything. Y'all ain't want to sit up there and listen. You thought that your own people had the best interest for you. I still got people over the years that have told me that the government would literally do no harm to the people. Why would the government ever do that to the people? Oh boy. And you got those white people, you got those people amongst you. It's over. It is curtains. They'll be the main ones to sit up there and sell you out real quick. Let another pandemic come out, and magically it's way more serious. Those are going to be the same ones that love the government so much, are going to be the same ones calling the police directly on you in your white, suburban, nice, gated communities. They're going to call the police on you because you're not doing what the government told you to do. So, like I said, good luck. And it's going to sit up there, and I'm going to laugh. I'm going to be sitting up there laughing. And if we still got internet because, we got internet, or if an EMP happens to drop or whatever it is, as long as we got internet, I'm going to do videos on it and I'm going to be laughing about it. And I'm going to be sitting here telling you that I told you so. I don't know what platform that we might have during that time, but I'm going to be sitting here laughing at the whole situation and telling white people, I told you this years ago, but you didn't want to listen. Y'all want us to make fun. Y'all want us to troll. Y'all want us to be racist. Here we are. Now you got to sit up there and pay the piper. The toll has to be paid. Toll has to be paid. V called a response not heated, back and forth. Yep. Ty said he's not entertaining me anymore. This man Ty is hitting that thumbs down real quick. He was like, that man got the boot. That's cold blooded. That is cold blooded. What was we got? Be careful, people that cannot survive genetically without jumping us. Run by people. Do not be a genetic tool. I mean, that's true. That's true. That is true. We got Gail in the. I was about to say the party as if this was Xbox. We got Gail. It's not a lobby either. We got Gail in the chat. I had to go through a lot of my words I normally use. Let me see what else we got. What is Shannon Sharpie? I just saw that just like pop up. What was that? Hack just sent something. Let me see. Oh yeah, I think I do remember seeing this. I'm not sure if I can actually play that one because when it deals with like those videos, those people be real serious about whatnot. So I would actually want to play that because like having Akon there and that dude sitting up there singing when you get caught trying to text somebody underage. Oh man, that's beautiful. You locked up. Yeah, let me tell you. That is something right there. Let me tell you something. What else we got? Namor said arrested for what they say on social media. Yeah, that was happening. Namor, hold on. Let me highlight that real quick. I think if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, because I got to paraphrase because it's been a while. Read a lot of articles. I remember going over an article that dealt with the UK or Australia, somewhere over there, European areas, right? Where the government was arresting people for things that they said on social media. I'm like, white people, this is you. I'm like, this is the system that you created, and you're allowing this to happen? Wait until that comes over to America. And I promise you. And I tried to tell people this during the pandemic. I'm like, what you see Australia doing, where D-Money said that was in Europe? Okay, yeah. So back during the pandemic, I did a video showcasing in Australia how they had very strict rules and regulations where you couldn't even leave your house during the pandemic. If you left your house, you could only be in your backyard. You cannot be anywhere around your house, anywhere outside of your house. You couldn't do it. You could not do it. Now, if you were going to work or whatever, that's a little bit of a different story. But other than that, you had to stay pretty much in the confines of your own house. If police rolled by and they saw you outside of your house, you will be fined anywhere from being fined to jailed. White people, this is you. And I tried to show y'all like, yo, they're doing trials of different stuff in different areas to see how people are going to react around the world, to see if people are paying attention, and people ain't paying attention. So like I said, everything that they didn't really use at this moment during the first pandemic, they're going to implement that during the second one. And there will be a second one. So all of this stuff dealing with like the real ID, with the verification, being able to get into restaurants that they were doing during the pandemic, and they swiftly cut that off. Oh, trust me. Let another pandemic happen, that stuff is going to be mandatory. All of this Super Bowl, all of the small stuff that people want to sit up there and do, nah. You're going to make sure to have an app downloaded. They're going to have these verification checks at all of these places computerized. You're going to have it open, scan that, and then a computer is going to tell you if you're able to go or if you're not. Like I said, y'all going to find out. White people, y'all are going to find out. It's going to be on y'all. All right, so now we're going to go to the next and the last video.
Riot to free Carmelo. George Zimmerman killed Trayvon Martin in 2012. Zimmerman claimed self-defense. He was not initially arrested and was later acquitted of all charges. Many in the public and media defended Zimmerman without questions, portraying Trayvon as a threat based on racial stereotypes. Amber Geiger killed Botham Jean in 2018. Geiger, a white off-duty Dallas police officer, entered Jean's apartment and shot him as he was eating ice cream. There was immediate public support for her from some groups, despite her entering the wrong apartment and killing an innocent man. Kyle Rittenhouse killed 2 men and injured another during BLM protests in 2020. Although the people he shot were white, his presence at a protest for Black lives, armed and underage, was defended by many conservatives as heroic. He became a symbol of self-defense and was widely celebrated in right-wing media, raising millions in legal defense funds. Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd in 2020. The video of Chauvin kneeling on Floyd's neck for over 9 minutes sparked worldwide protests. Despite clear video evidence, many publicly defended Chauvin initially and criticized Floyd's past to justify the killing. Gregory and Travis McMichael plus William Roddy Bryan killed Ahmaud Arbery in 2020. Arbery was jogging when three men chased and killed him. They weren't arrested for over 2 months, and local authorities initially took their story at face value until video footage sparked outrage. Daniel Pantaleo killed Eric Garner in 2014. Garner was selling loose cigarettes in Staten Island when Pantaleo put him in a bandaged chokehold. Garner repeatedly said, "I can't breathe," before dying. Pantaleo was not indicted and kept his job for years. Many defended the police and blamed Garner's health and alleged actions.
Free Carmelo.
Timothy Loman killed Tamir Rice in 2014. Tamir Rice was a 12-year-old playing with a toy gun in a park. Within seconds of arriving, Loman shot and killed him. No charges were filed. The narrative quickly shifted to blaming Tamir's parents and justifying Loman's fear.
Free Carmelo.
Roy Oliver killed Jordan Edwards in 2017. Jordan, a 15-year-old honor student, was leaving a party when he was shot in the head by Officer Roy Oliver. Oliver initially claimed the car was moving towards him. Body cam showed otherwise. While he was eventually convicted, the initial response was to discredit the teens involved. Betty Shelby killed Terrence Crutcher in 2016. Crutcher's car broke down. Shelby, a Tulsa officer, shot him with his hands up. She claimed he was reaching into the car. He wasn't. She was acquitted. Many media outlets and police groups defended her almost instantly. Michael Slater killed Walter Scott in 2015. Scott was pulled over for a broken brake light and ran. Slater shot him in the back multiple times and initially lied, saying Scott tried to grab his taser. He wasn't arrested until a bystander video emerged. Public and police support leaned in his favor until the footage forced accountability. Jason Van Dyke killed Daquan McDonald in 2014. McDonald, 17, was walking away with a knife when Van Dyke shot him 16 times. The police report contradicted the video, which was suppressed for over a year. Van Dyke was eventually convicted, but the city and department covered up the murder, and many defended him until undeniable evidence came out. Mark Wilson killed a 19-year-old black teen in Florida in 2020. Wilson claimed self-defense after shooting the teen in a road rage incident. Despite the victim being unarmed, many online and local voices supported Wilson's version of events from the start. James Pilch Jr. drove into BLM counter-protesters in Charlottesville 2017. A white supremacist who killed Heather Heyer and injured dozens more, many of whom were black. Though ultimately convicted, he was initially protected by groups who claimed he was defending himself. Robert Bates killed Eric Harris in 2015. A 73-year-old volunteer reserve deputy in Tulsa, Bates accidentally shot Harris with his gun instead of his taser. Harris was unarmed and running away. Bates was a wealthy donor and friend of the sheriff. He was initially defended and received just 4 years in prison. Dylan Roof, Charleston Church Massacre, 2015. Roof murdered 9 black churchgoers during Bible study at Emmanuel AME Church. After his arrest, police took him to Burger King. Some far-right groups tried to justify the attack as part of a race war. The Confederate flag and white supremacist manifestos were part of his motive. Ethan Couch killed 4 in DUI crash, 2013. Though his victims weren't all black, the relevance here is his treatment. Couch killed 4 people and seriously injured 2. One victim, Sergio Molina, was left paralyzed. He avoided prison due to affluenza, a made-up condition describing how his wealth made him unable to understand consequences. It reflected the racial and class-based double standard in sentencing. A black teen in the same situation would almost certainly have been imprisoned. Darren Wilson killed Michael Brown in 2014. Wilson shot and killed Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. Brown was unarmed. Initial reports paint Brown as aggressive or a thug. Eyewitnesses said he had his hands up. Hands up, don't shoot. A grand jury chose not to indict Wilson. He resigned but faced no charges. Ted Wafer killed Renisha McBride in 2013. McBride, a 19-year-old black woman, had crashed her car and knocked on Wafer's door for help. He shot her through the screen door with a shotgun. Wafer was convicted, but the initial public reaction focused heavily on her toxicology report rather than Wafer's decision to shoot an unarmed teen. Andrew Lester killed Ralph Yarl. Ralph, a 16-year-old black honor student, accidentally rang the wrong doorbell while picking up his siblings. The homeowner, Andrew Lester, shot Ralph through a glass door. Many immediately speculated Ralph was threatening, even though he was unarmed and never entered the home. George Tiller, attempted murder of Romantic E.J. Bradford.
I remember that.
2018.
It was in the military.
Tiller was a police officer who shot E.J. Bradford, a 21-year-old Army veteran, in a mall shooting incident. Bradford had a legal concealed weapon and was trying to help stop a shooter. Police initially claimed he was the shooter, then retracted the statement. The officer was cleared despite video evidence contradicting parts of his story.
Yep.
Claudia Cottrell's attackers, Howard Beach, 1986. A black man named Michael Griffith was killed after being chased by a group of white teens in a racist attack in Howard Beach, Queens. He was hit by a car while fleeing. The case exposed deep racial tension. Some locals defended the attackers as just trying to protect the neighborhood. Bernard Goetz shot 4 black teens in New York City subway in 1984. He claimed self-defense when he shot 4 teens, who survived, for allegedly trying to rob him. Public opinion at the time largely supported him as a vigilante hero, even though his actions were extreme and racially motivated. He was acquitted of attempted murder and served only 8 months for illegal gun possession.
So we were able to hear all that. So this is why she titled the video "Why It's Free Carmelo," because she gave you several incidences over recent time frames and decades of which all of the people that were there were white. They were always assumed and presumed innocent, even though there were things to state the contrary, and they were still either let off scot-free, barely served any type of time. They had public support and everything like that. Like I said, for a lot of these other ones that dealt with, I think maybe she might have did some probably from like the early 2000s, the 90s, and maybe the 80s. If they had like a GoFundMe and whatnot back then, they would have been raking in cash. They would have been raking in, tons of money, because this is how, again, this is how white people support their own. When they know that they did the utmost wrong, they will sit up there and bat directly for them. They're like, "Oh man, you really did that? Oh man, I had dreams. I heard stories of mine, but now I'm living in a day and age where somebody actually, oh my God, I got to sit up there and throw $1,000 towards them." Right? Crazy work. 100%. And again, these same people got the backing of the news. So that's like newspapers. They got blogs. They got mainstream media. They got people out there in government that also support them as well. In a lot of instances, the police will also sit up to support. So they got support all over the place, even though they committed a very horrible act, right? Heinous act. They still get support, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, presumed innocent, everything of that nature. When somebody black does anything close to that area, automatically they're guilty. There's no presumption of being innocent. Nobody wants to hear the full story. It just is guilty. So again, going back to when people want to always say, like, why does everything have to deal with race? Because it's been shown that it always deals with race. Just because you don't say it doesn't mean that it's not present. Just because you ignore it doesn't mean that it's not there. Just because you want to be oblivious to it doesn't mean that it's not the reality. And that's where we are. Like I said, that's crazy. That's some crazy work. And like I said, she didn't even touch on the fact. Like I said, I got a whole book here. If YouTube was vastly different, I might have to sit up there. I think I'll sit up there and figure out how I'll sit up there and do a video, or I might do a different, type of live stream. But like I said, I got a pictorial book that will show you the history. It will show you all of these white peoples at all of these gatherings where it deals with black people. And y'all sitting up there just like laughing, y'all pointing. Y'all got the whole history of the family. You got the wife. You got the husband there. You got the daughter and the sons. You got the little babies there. You got the grandparents there, your uncles and your aunts, and y'all just sitting up there looking at what's going on. Y'all just up there in amazement. Some of y'all smiling, laughing, and pointing. Y'all happy to get y'all pictures taken. But y'all want to talk about that though. See, that's the one thing that, funny enough, mainstream media doesn't really try to hit the nail directly on the head to really show that ugly history, because they have their own limits. They might give a little bit of negative stuff dealing with white people, but they're not going to go full blown with like trying to really show a history. Even mainstream media has its limits. Because like I said, the Democrats ain't about to sit up there and do that either, because they got their limits as well too. So like I said, both people are part of the exact same coin. And, at the end of the day, everybody else is getting played. One person is getting paid. The other person is getting played. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. D-Money said the old-fashioned picnics. Yep. Yes, said yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Bars. Room says create a Rumble account, likely for it to go more. Oh no, I got a Rumble account. I got a few different accounts in different places. I got a few different accounts in different places. It's been a long time since I even been even on Rumble. It's been a minute. It's been a while. Sunny said she's a bottom shelf Becky, who's just as unaccepted by her people. I mean, no. Well, Sonny, I'm not sure if you watched the whole video. She was basically stating she was given the reason because white people are the main ones that say why, why is it free Carmelo? She listed all of the stories dealing with white folks and how they escaped getting away scot-free from murdering black folks directly out there, and how it is that white folks were able to get support from all different areas in life, and they were still presumed innocent even if we got video evidence to show how guilty that they are, right? In reverse, when it deals with Carmelo Anthony, it's a completely different thing. People automatically they put up these optics of the pictures. They got Carmelo, in a sense, doing like a jail photo, but then they got the other kid up there looking like a true American all-star, like something off of King of the Hill, like crazy work. I'm like, word. I'm like, I'll make sure to find like the best pictures whenever it deals with y'all, even when it deals with murders. They do the exact same thing. They'll try to find the best pictures or kid pictures of somebody to try to soften the blow, to try to make the person look a little bit more human and stuff. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Said, hey, I'm white. I've been in the room on Thanksgiving. I heard the talk. White people try and deny there was a problem, but I've been in the room, the bar, and the office. Yeah. Like I said, if anybody, and again, you're white saying this, right? For a lot of black people, we can hear this stuff like just passing by. We can see this on social media, every day. And again, even on this platform, I've pointed out the main problem on who it is that I put it like this to a lot of people. If at any point in time, martial law, let me just take this down. At any point in time, if martial law is to happen or take place in the United States, they're not going to allow white people to start it. They're not going to have white people be the catalyst. The main system that is in place is looking for black people. They're looking for a causation so that they can have a reaction, so that they can be justified, so that everybody else so that all the white people and everybody else be like, yeah, we need martial law to, to tame these black people. Look at what they're doing. This, that, and right. That's what they want to happen, because they want to give the optics of, we need to do this because we see that as a problem, but we're going to allow you to basically tell us. And when you tell us to do it, we'll sit up there and do it. But behind that whole scheme, that martial law is to basically enslave everybody. It's to hurt and harm everybody. The catalyst that they're looking for is black people as the excuse. So that at the end of the day, once everything falls apart, people are like, oh, well, the reason that we're in this predicament is because of black people. They're the ones that did this. Like I said, it's the exact same thing. And this is why I keep trying to tell black people, no matter what happens, sit down. Pay attention to it. You may talk about it on social media. Do not go out there protesting. Don't sit up there and do it, because they're looking at trying to just find and pick and pry and try to do anything, because they know that historically they've been able to do anything to affect black people emotionally in order to get them riled up, in order to get them moving and to get them protesting. This is the moment in time that black people need to worry and work on tempering their emotions. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. Nobody's telling you to ignore it. You can pay attention to it. You can observe it. You can talk about it. Don't go out there protesting, because they are going to do the worst to you at this moment in time. This is way different from like the pandemic and all these other times. This is way different. They got something that they are waiting to sit up there and use and put directly out there. And they want black people to be the catalyst. Don't do it. Don't do it. Tippy said at least black people are not making any games mocking the passing of that white boy. Yeah, like we don't do that. Like we're not trying to make a board game directly out of it or anything like that. We're not doing that. We're waiting for all the information to properly be put out there. Like white people always say, I'll save my judgment. Whenever something would happen to black people, it was like, I'll save my judgment. I'll wait. And I'm waiting too. Because like I said, that father knows something that everybody else doesn't. The moment in time that father came out real quick, he was like, this is not a race incident. And I forgive, the murder. I forgive what took place to my son. There's a lot more there that's not being said. Even the other brother that is there, he knows that there's a lot more there that happened that he's not going to sit up there and say, because he's more than likely been told by lawyers, don't say too much because it can be used. So, Third Eye said they know Carmelo's innocent. There is no way there isn't a video. And that's the other thing that's weird to me too. I'm like, so out of all of this time that we've always had social media, everybody always got cameras. And you mean to tell me like nobody has this recorded? I done seen a variety of incidences like this happen online, uploaded directly to Twitter and everyone. You mean to tell me no, out of all of those kids there, nobody had any type of footage of anything that happened? I've never seen this before. I've never seen this out of all of the incidences that I've ever seen in the United States. This right here takes the cake. I'm like, so no, out of all the cell phones, new eight, we're not dealing with the 2000s. Nobody has nothing. All right, you got it. You got it. Alan said, what do you think about the fact that women have migrated from the kitchen to the... I don't even know what that even means. That it sounds pretty white, though, but I don't even know what that means. He said, aside from the fact that white people are perpetrating the anti-Black harassment and violence, and white people are present when it happens in front of them, naked hatred, and they still refuse to see it. Yeah, there's a lot of videos up there where somebody Black was called like a racial slur or whatnot or whatever, and you would have other white people, they would just sit there and just be silent and just be watching. I'm like, out of all times, I'm like, this is the time to really show that you're not a racist. This is the time to really show that action that people always say. And in a lot of instances, white people don't do nothing. The only time white people start stepping in is if they know that the Black dude is getting fed up and he's about to knock somebody down. He's about to flip something up in that place. This is now you see a whole bunch of Black guys. Hold on, bud. It's not that serious. Let's not get emotional. These are just words. He's just ignorant. What? I'm like, yeah, just for that, you need to sit up and get knocked out too. Because I'm like, that's crazy. Like, instead of trying to sit up there and stop the Black dude who's getting antagonized, you need to sit up there and shut the mouth of the dude that's racist, that's a part of that community. But like I said, they don't like to do that. They don't like to do it. Dark said the father knew his twin sons were bullies in school and they've been juicing. D Money said, no, there's a video, it just hasn't been released yet. Yeah, because they're probably trying to doctor and edit that video. Just like the same thing that the police do. Like I said, if they're going to use that in court, they're probably not going to show the full footage. They're probably not going to show the full footage. He said they collected cell phones so the videos are with authorities. Man, out of all of this time that kids be having cell phone, you mean to tell me that y'all gave... Nah, that's crazy. No. That sounds crazy to me. Out of all of the times that we've had things, like we've had school incidences, we've had incidences at church, movies. Police ain't never collect no cell phones. Now at this moment in time, when you got this thing dealing with Carmelo and this other kid, now they collect cell phones. That's weird. That's weird. That's something ain't right. Because like I said before, I done seen a lot of people's kids post fights and everything else directly up here on X. And I'm like, to not see anything even close to what people can even spot that happen, for that not to be up there, that's a little bit suspicious to me. And like I said, I'm on social media. That's suspicious that ain't no video out there. That's a problem. Golden said, yes, you were right. They were at a track meet and nobody was filming. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. He said, typical when a video is involved with Black people, it comes out quick. It's not good for the Black person. But if it takes a while for the video to come out, then the Black person is innocent. Yeah, there's usually something to it, because if you think about any other time that somebody Black was caught doing something that they were supposed to be doing, they released that within 5 seconds. They were like, we just got the video just here about 2 minutes ago, and this is the whole 1 hour footage of what this person. They'll directly do that, and everybody all over the media will sit up there and have it. But for whatever reason, they're treating this like a police incident, where it's like it's going to take us about 5 to 6 months to get the footage out to you. What? 5 to 6 months for what? What are you trying to specifically do to the footage where it takes 5 to 6 months of editing? Like it don't take that long to edit. Like that's some crazy work out there. And trust me, I'm a person that edits my own video. It don't take 5 to 6 months to edit. No, come on now. Like I said, they playing with y'all intelligence. Whenever they tell y'all to take 5 to 6 months or a year to release some video cam footage, they're playing with y'all intelligence. You can ask any editors directly out there how long it takes to edit. It don't take that long. It don't take that long. You're not dealing with like weeks of footage. You're dealing with one situation that was probably about 15 to 30 minutes. That does not take a few months to 6 months to edit and release that. Carl said, I have looked into the twin dad arrest records for SA. Them boys haven't had a dad in years. It'd be like that. But he's out there. He's being present. He's representative. So, hey. You said, by the way, I followed you for a great while. Love you, bro. No homo. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation, man. Much appreciation. Much appreciation. Like I said, and also shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to anybody else that, just followed to the channel. We are on the way to 40K real quick. We about to be up there in these streets. So much love, respect, and appreciation. Somebody said fines are being given for anyone posting videos. Wow, that's correct. But like I said, there's a lot of other places that you can post it. That video needs to be directly out there. Like, that's crazy to me. That so magically, this out of all videos that we've literally seen, I can't tell you how many times I've been on X and I've passed by videos that I just did not want to sit up there and see. So the one video that I need to actually see this to know what happened, what transpired, what took place, so I can get like a little bit of an insight. They're like, oh no, we're going to find anybody that puts it. This seems like, are they hiding aliens or something? Like, what are we doing here? Is this like a top secret like government for like what is really happening? Why this is just being hidden? Like out of all the videos that they've shown, again, they've shown school incidences, they've shown mall, they've shown movies, they've shown nightclubs, they've shown things going out there in public. They've never hidden any of this footage or asked people, oh, we need your cameras, we need your cell phones. You put this footage out there, we're going to throw you in. We never do that. So what makes this situation so different from everything else? Like I said, this is further proof that they want to try to push some type of narrative dealing with race in order to get somebody to start some type of movement. That's all they're trying to do, because they know that this is a hot topic. They know that this is a hot story, and they pretty much don't got nothing else in the bottle. This is the only little bit of lightning that they got in that bottle up until another storm, and they're trying to basically use this and milk this for all that it's worth. It's crazy. Since she said the girl who hit the other runner in the head with the baton was captured. Yeah. And I played that video. Quality said, nah, the twins' dads have charge records when the boys are 4 years old and the man took them boys and left. Sonny said, I spent half the weekend watching exoplanets and weather on Triton. Yeah, watching science videos is actually pretty relaxing and dope. Sonny said Kyle Rittenhouse has a dad that just doesn't fit into the story. Yeah. Kay said planes. But yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Really, I wasn't trying to have the live stream go on close to like 5 hours. Was not trying to do that at all. But I will sit up there and have a shorter version of this, or at least like some of the videos that I will upload directly to the channel, so you can be on the lookout for that, just like I post them every single day. D Money said Trump's, and I got to be careful with words. You said those videos were out the same day, but it's crazy how we haven't heard anything from the guy's family. Oh yeah, that's facts. That's facts. That's 100% facts. Shout out to Yes for the $10 dono to the channel. Said thank you for what you are doing here. Facts will win. Hey, we can only hope. We can only hope. Hold on, let me see. Wait, did you just write something down there? Wait, was that? I forgot. I thought somebody just said something. Or did you send that to like the Discord or something? Let me see. Let me just go through the Discord real quick. Tam said, breaking news. Jeffrey McCaff, the father of Austin McCaff, was charged. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I'll sit up there. I got you. I put that in the video I'll work on today. So I'll put that at the top. So I got you for what is that for Tam? I'll put that up there. I got you. I got you. This man, what was that? Ty was like, boo. Yo, I'm telling you, some of the videos I can sit up there and post. Other ones I can't really post because that'd be a little bit problematic. We'll have some problems, different things like that. So, just gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Wait, where's what's the name at? I forgot. Anyways, yes, said YouTube super chat. Yeah. Well, the super chat is not going to show because I'm using StreamYard, so it's not going to. I can see the words and everything, but the actual like sticker and whatnot is not going to, technically show up here. But like I said, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love. Sonny said if they can show the moon of the farthest planet, then they should be able to process the footage from the device. That's facts. D Money said we want problems always. Oh, that's crazy. What was it? Wait, what happened to me? I'm a little bit confused. Let me see. Oh, you're talking about the other one. I don't even. That's the corn. You said, what is that? Winekin and Wham burgers? I don't even. Dog, y'all are corny. White people, I need y'all to if like I can't even. I'm so disappointed. I don't even like. How old are you? Like 60? Like, what are we doing here? I'm like, was that an actual joke? That was corny. Like that was 1,000% corny. And I can sit up there. I can tell you some corny jokes, but dude, that was beyond me. Like I don't even know what that was. Like yo, like Tippy said, like yo, that was lame. That's 100%. That was 1,000% lame. Lord, Jesus Christ. It's like I'm not even gonna. I can't even ban. I can't even like press or get the energy to try to even ban you because you're just too lame. I can't even do it. Like I'm just. It's unfortunate. That's the best that I consider. It's unfortunate that your sense of humor is just ass. Like it's just. It's unfortunate. But anyways, that is pretty much it for the live stream, guys. I'm gonna let you guys pretty much go. It is time to go get some food. Hopefully all of you guys will actually have a pretty good Sunday at this moment in time. Go hurry up and order some Uber Eats because it is a Sunday, so a lot of places will be closing up pretty early. Go enjoy a good movie, catch up on some different things of that nature. And I'll catch you guys in the next live stream and or video. Tippy said a gaming stream later on. I'm not going to make promises. Anything is possible, but I'm not going to make any promises. But yeah, I will catch you guys in the next live stream and or video. Peace out. You said I'm eating egg foo young. I've never actually eaten that before. You said D Money said it's Genshin and ribs for me. Pink said The Last of Us comes on tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, Last of Us does come on. So a lot of people will be looking forward to that. A lot of people will be looking out, for that. But like I said, you said play Kazan. Oh yeah, I saw you've been binging on that game. I saw you out there in those Kazan streets. I was supposed to get that. I'll probably get it sooner, rather than later because I like the demo and stuff like that. Dark Tide said great live stream. Seiji, have a good evening and night chat. Hack said watch this season's anime. Right. We'll do. Oh, I forgot. So I gotta make sure I turn myself online as well too. I forgot about that. Forgot about that. But anyways, I'll catch you guys. Dog, you're just so corny. Like I don't. You're just so corny. Let me just go back and do this real quick. Shout out to Brandon V World, David Joseph, Devin Banks, J-Lock, and yes for the donations to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Won't be able to do the things that I do without people like you. And I bid you guys farewell and adieu. Peace out.